This Facebook ads training will be the only one you ever need to crush your 2024 goals. I made it with love for you, and I hope that you watch it and you implement every single thing you learn inside of this training. So, let's get into it. Alright, so in this module, we are going to be looking at how you can set up profitable campaigns or how you can advertise profitably on Facebook, especially if you're selling physical products on the platform. But first, before you go on ahead to start advertising on any platform, in this case, Facebook, you must understand the platform itself. All right. Now, for many of you, you already have an account on Facebook, and if there is one thing you should know is Facebook was not created for advertising, right? The purpose of Facebook was to, have connection between people, right? Go on a platform where you go on, search for your lost friends or connect with lost friends. That is the purpose of Facebook. What this means is, no one actually wakes up in the morning and head on Facebook and say, listen, I'm going to go on Facebook. I should find one supplement for this my ailment, right? Or I'm going to go on Facebook to shop for shoes. Or I'm going to go on Facebook to shop for wristwatches. No, you don't do that, right? You who is listening to me right now, has there been a day that you just woke up in the morning and said, I'm going on Facebook to buy something? You never do that. Okay. And this is where most persons start on this whole Facebook advertising journey on the wrong foot or on the wrong note. They expect that once they launch an ad, they launch a campaign, people will start buying. And they fail to understand that the platform itself was not designed to bring in people to just buy. Okay, so it's not like Jumia, it's not like Gigi, right? It's not like Konga, where you're going on Jumia, you're going on Konga, you know that, okay, you're going to shop for something. All right. No, so understanding this and knowing that the platform was built, right? Facebook itself. So this is Facebook. Let's open up Facebook as we're talking about Facebook. Facebook is built to connect people. All right. So that is one thing you must understand. And Facebook cares so much about its users than the advertisers. Not that they don't care about advertisers, of course, they want to make money. Over time, Facebook have grown to the point whereby you can advertise. They are selling ad spaces. Of course, you've seen ads. You saw an ad, and that's why you're right here. Right, that's why you're on this course, because you saw an ad on Facebook. Did you wake up in the morning and say, oh, I'm going to see an ad from Ronald today, I'm going to buy his course? No, you never woke up with that intent, right? So advertising on Facebook, you need to understand that people there, they are what we call passive. The traffic you get from there is what we call passive traffic. All right. So these are people who are not waking up in the morning with the intention of buying something. You need to understand that it's key. It's important that you have this drilled into your subconscious. All right. So like I said, as I was saying, that Facebook cares so much about its users, and that's why they will do anything to make sure that the users, they get what they want, and do anything they can to make sure that they stay out of anything that's gonna get users out of the platform. And that's why they will do everything they can to just keep people on the platform. And that's why they are now paying content creators, because they want you to remain on the platform, right? Because when users are on the platform, that's how they can actually save ad. That's how they can actually make money, right? So without the users, Facebook is nothing. So they care more about the users than the advertisers, and that's why even though you've spent $1 million on Facebook on your ads, someday you can just wake up and your ad account is shut down. So you need to understand that Facebook was not built first, all right, for advertisers. is built for users, and users are not coming on Facebook to buy things. It's not a marketplace, even though Facebook now has a marketplace, right? But originally that's not the purpose of the platform, right? It's a place to connect, it's a place to socialize, right? And when you're getting started with advertising on Facebook, there are a few things that you need to have in place, all right? And one of those things is, of course, you need to have an account, a profile on Facebook, right? So for myself, this is my profile on Facebook, right? So for me to be able to advertise on Facebook, I need a profile. Okay, I believe every one of you here has, a Facebook profile, because that's how you got into this trading. If you never had a Facebook profile, I don't think you should be on this trading. Okay, maybe some of you on Twitter, right? But at the end of the day, almost I will bet that over 90% of you, have an account on Facebook. And of course, you need to have a Facebook page. So a Facebook page is different from your profile. The page is how you will be able to advertise your products. Okay, so if a page looks a whole lot different. So if you look on here, you will see that this particular one here is a page. This one that says View Michael Jonathan, this is my profile, this is a page. So if you come on here, you can see I have multiple profiles here. These are different pages. I won't tell you what I use this page for. All right. Anyway, if you want to create a new page, okay, all you need to do is, if you're on your desktop, which you should be on, just click on this menu icon here and you should find your way to where it says page. All right. Now, if you look at my feed, you will see that I'm just seeing ads. All of these are pages. Okay, you need a page to be able to run your ad. So this is a page. Any ad that you see is actually a page. All right, this is a page. All right, so if you want to create a page, click on this, right? Click this, click on page, and it should allow you to create your page. And when you create pages, you want to make sure that it is something related to what you intend to promote. It mustn't be your brand name. All right, it could be something related to your niche. If you're going through the routes of advertorials, maybe you're using the blog type of method to push your brand, you can have different multiple pages to have things done. But the point is, you need a page, right? The second thing that you need a personal ad account. Now, if you already have a personal profile, automatically you have a personal ad account. So if you head to your profile and you click on this button, this menu icon again, you should see where it says ads. Right, with that you can easily go to the ads manager and you can start creating your account. Right, you can start launching your ads and getting started with advertising. All right, so you need a personal profile to be able to get a personal ad account. And of course, for those of you who are going to be running if you're going to be running multiple, brand campaigns, I would advise that you get, a business manager and you have multiple ad accounts inside the business manager. Okay. And of course, if you want to advertise on Facebook and actually, in fact, anywhere you intend to advertise, it's important that you understand the policies. I can't really stress this enough. It's important that you understand the policies, because if you don't understand the policies, it's easy for you to violate these policies. And when you violated the policies on Facebook, you will get kicked out. You are going to either have your advertising access restricted or have your ad account banned. So it's important that you understand the policies, go ahead and read the policies. Okay, so before the next section, I will advise that you go to Google and say Facebook. Okay, Facebook advertising policies. Okay, Facebook advertising policies, and we should have it. Let's see. Okay, this is showing us transparency. Okay, transparency.fb.com. So I think they moved the URL. So Facebook advertising policies are now Meta advertising policies. Of course. Okay. So these are the advertising policies and standards, right? So you want to make sure that it's a lot, I must say, but of course I'm going to give you guys a whole lot of time, because it's important that you get acquainted with these different policies, okay, so that you don't run into issues once you start advertising. Okay, so it's important that you go through these advertising policies. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just below this video, I'm going to link to these different URLs that I have here, and you can start going through them. These ones specifically, because this is where so they move it to transparency.facebook.com, so that you guys won't start looking for it. Okay, so that's it for this video. In the next video, we will get started and start looking at some of the basic fundamentals in terms of creating profitable Facebook advertising campaigns. I'll see you in the next video. All right, so today we're going to be talking about something really different, and something that I will say that 90% of people who run advertising or who launch ads on Facebook know nothing about. And if you can understand what I'm about to share with you, you will be 90% ahead of other persons who try to run advertising around on Facebook. All right, now there's what we call the big brain, and the big brain is the Facebook's algorithm. Now there are people who call this big brain the bot as well, right? So we are gonna just call it a brain. Okay, it's a big brain, and this big brain knows who you are as a Facebook user. They know your footprints as a Facebook user. They know your prints as a Facebook advertiser, and they determine 90%. This is very funny in a way. They determine 90% of the success of your Facebook ads. It's weird, right? Yeah, I know. But you see, a lot of people don't just, they go on Facebook, they launch their ads, and they expect miracles to happen. So they launch their ads, they expect that they should just get results. It doesn't work that way. Alright, so understanding what I'm about to share with you, and understanding how this big brain, this Facebook algorithm works, will help you to, launch ads that are profitable. All right, so there are three things that this Facebook algorithm, or the big brain, favors.
or cares about. Okay. Number one is the user. Okay. I don't know why this is not writing correctly. Number two is Facebook. All right. Number three is you, who is the advertiser. This thing is not writing correctly. I don't really know why. I don't really know why this thing is not writing correctly. But this is the big brain, right? And this is what the algorithm cares about. It cares about first the user, and these are the people who on Facebook, and we've already talked about that in previous video, and I'm not gonna go ahead and just keep hammering on that. But it's important that you know that that's the number one priority of Facebook. Then of course the second priority is for them to make money. They want to make money, and for them to make money they have to get a result as the advertiser. So their third priority is you, who is the advertiser. All right. And like I said, it's the big brain. This big brain is one that is responsible for everything that is happening on Facebook. Is responsible for what you see on Facebook. And do you know that there are people on Facebook who don't know that other people on Facebook see something different? It's crazy, and yeah, even advertisers, a lot of advertisers, like I can bet that 90% of advertisers on Facebook don't even know that there are people on Facebook who see something absolutely different on their timeline than they themselves. I'm someone who love ads, right? I'm into direct marketing, and every day I just want to see ads on Facebook. So in the previous video, you will see that if you look at my feed on Facebook, you will see that it's just ads. I really don't care about other posts and all of that. So my point, I'm just trying to say that, listen, there are people right outside of your world as an advertiser. So if you want to be successful as an advertiser, you have to look beyond your horizon. All right, you have to look beyond yourself as an advertiser if you want to be successful. All right. So this big brain, Facebook, is responsible for who they show ads to. This thing is not just writing these things. I don't know why it's responding like this, but just flow with what I'm saying. Okay, they are responsible for who they show your ads to, right? When they show your ads and where they show ads. Okay, this just is not writing correctly, but just flow with me. Okay, so this algorithm is responsible for who, when, and where they show your ads. So this tells you that there is so little that you can control as an advertiser on Facebook. And this is because their sole purpose is to satisfy the user, and we've established that in the previous video. I really don't want to keep hitting on that, all right? But I just want to talk about the algorithm because this is important. I had a time with a friend today. I ought to have made this video yesterday, but I was just thinking if you guys actually need this, should I even talk about this? Would they even, care about this and all of that? But I had a meeting with a friend today and said, come on, go ahead and just share with them. It doesn't matter. It does not make you richer or poorer. So that's why I'm sharing this with you guys, and it's important that you actually take this seriously. All right. The Facebook algorithm works differently than what most people think. All right. So most advertisers think that once they come on Facebook, all they just need to do is set up their ads, choose an audience, you know, choose an ad copy, choose a creative, and launch your ads, and they expect to get returns and profits. That's what they expect. But that is not how this whole Facebook advertising thing works. So you see, this Facebook algorithm, all right, it's this big massive brain, right? Is this big massive brain that has a collection, pardon me with this drawing because this thing is not responding the way it should respond. But this algorithm, all this brain, has a collection of over 2 billion, footprints. What that means is the Facebook algorithm know who you are, right? You as a person, as long as you have an account on Facebook and you use the Facebook algorithm, they know who you are. They know the things you respond to. They know the things you like. They know the kind of conversations you want to have. They know the things you are, you have affinity towards, you have love for, right? So they tend to show you those things. Why? Because they want to keep you on the platform. I remember that we've already talked about this, right? So whatever the Facebook algorithm tried to show to you, they show it to you so that they keep you on the platform. And this includes advertising, right? It includes the type of ads they show to you. Do you know the number of advertisers on Facebook? Millions. And they are running ads. But ask yourself, do you actually see all of these ads? No, you don't. You probably see maybe 10% of the ads that they show or they have, right? And this is because over time they understand your behavior on the platform. They understand the things you want to see. They understand the things you want to interact with. So they try as much as they can to present you with those things that you want to see. And this takes me to, one of the complaints, right, that I get from a lot of persons, and that is they launch ads, right? They launch ads, the ads run for 2 to 3 days, and the ads stop working, and they wonder why. Like, why exactly do I have to set up an ad, but then it runs for 2 or 3 days and then it stop working? And I want to explain that to you because this will help you get ahead of a whole lot of persons who run Facebook advertising. Now, this entire section, I'm not going to dive, super deep into Facebook advertising. I'm just going to give you the fundamentals on how you can run profitable Facebook ads, right? So it's important that you actually pay attention to all of this, because even though I'm not going to dive deep, shouldn't be the end point of your learning, right? Your learning shouldn't stop here. Okay, this is important because listen, when it comes to Facebook advertising, every day you get to learn, and some of the things I share here are based off learning and the base of experimentation, base of results, right, that I've had in the past. Okay, so I'm not just saying these things for the sake of it, but for your benefit. Okay. So why do people launch ads and the ads is perform 2 to 3 days and then they stop performing? Okay. So let me give this instance. All right. So like I said, Facebook is this big brain. All right. And when people want to launch ads, they go ahead and they choose an audience. A lot of people now they just do zero advertising, and it's something that I also teach. That come on now, do zero targeting, right? Because the Facebook algorithm knows better than you. They know your audience better than you do. Okay, and that's true, right? Come on, think about it, right? You use Facebook. Who's best to know about you? Is it not Facebook? So if you're trying to target someone who is in Kamfashan, who is in United States, who is in the United Kingdom, well, wouldn't you just let Facebook say, listen, I want to target people who are in the United States. Just go ahead and give me this certain set of people. It's not better to do it that way, right? Than you trying to try yourself, figure out who to target. All right, so let's play around the fact that majority of people who go into Facebook advertising now are going to do zero targeting because over 90% of the gurus now teach zero targeting, right? But then why is it that people do zero targeting and they don't get results? Yeah. So let's talk about that. So when you do zero targeting, you have this massive pool of audience. Like, it's a massive pool. This thing is not responding properly, so you might not really get what I'm saying, but I'm trying to put together circles. But thing is not responding properly, right? But just see these different things that you've seen here. They are circles, and because it shows zero targeting, these are different audience in this brain. So you're trying to target this entire brain, and then you come on to this brain, this massive brain, and you give it maybe 2 ads and 3 creatives. So 3 ads are basically mean, let's say, the text, the copy that you present to Facebook. And the creatives are basically the videos and the images that you present to Facebook, right? So you present them, you present this massive brain. Maybe this entire pool is about 20 million, which I'm being conservative. 20 million people, right? 20 million people, and you're bringing 2 creatives to ad set, and your budget is a lot of people do 3,000 naira, 3K. I don't really know why this thing is not writing properly, but I believe you're listening and you can understand what I'm saying. So they come with 3K budget. They have 2 copies and 3 creatives. Now, here is what happens. Because you have 3 ads set, 3 ads and 2 ads and 3 creatives, Facebook is going to, of this pool of 20 million people, and I'm using the zero targeting as an example, right? They are going to go ahead and sample, right, within these 20 million people, and try to understand the number of people who are responding to these, your creative, these your 3 creatives and 2 ad copies and this for people who actually do dynamic ads. We are going to talk about that. We're going to talk about dynamic ads and all of that. Dynamic ads is actually good for what you're about to learn, right? But a lot of people use it wrongly, and that's what I'm explaining. And we're going to talk about all of that, but I just need to understand this entire concept of this big brain you know, of Facebook, and that's the algorithm, right? So you come in with your 2 ad copies and 3 ad sets. You are showing it to 20 million people, and your ad budget is 3,000 naira. Come on. So Facebook is going to try to figure out of the 20 million people, the people who are responding to your ads and your creatives, and maybe out of the 20 million people, they say, oh yeah, we've seen about 100 people who are responding to, and we have sampled about maybe 30,000 people out of these people who are responding to this creative that this person has put together, right? So they sample just about 30,000 people who respond to your combination of creatives and ad copy. It's even worse for someone who just have one creative and one ad copy. It's worse for that person, right? It's worse for that person. So they have that conclusion and say, oh, okay, this is just 30,000 people, maybe 50,000 people, and they're going to continue to show this creative that you have out of the 3 creatives to this pool of 30,000 people. And when they exhaust it, 3,000 people, they are going to continue to show it to those persons. And once they exhaust into those persons, right, the performance of that ad starts declining because there are no more variables to test, within the other pool to see, the response of other people, right? Aside what you have and within the limit of the budget that you've given them. You're trying to target 20 million people with 3,000 naira, right? So they are going to try to give you results because like I said, they care about 3 things: the user, their profits, and yourself. They need to give you results to get profit. All right, that is the focus of the algorithm. So the algorithm is going to try to give you results. All right, so they're going to, if you give them 3K budget for a 20 million audience with a variation of 1 ad copy and 3 creative, or 2 ad copy and 3 creative, of course they're going to hustle around and try to find that pool of audience that are likely to respond. So they find those pool of audience that are likely to respond, maybe 30,000, maybe 50,000, and then they burn through it. They continue to show it to those persons, but then it's of course the same person, they've seen the ad, and your ad performance start declining. So this is the reason why you launch an ad, or this is the reason why most people launch ads, right? And the ad perform for 2-3 days, and after those period, the ad stop performing. Can you imagine that? This is why, for those of you who have run Facebook ads before, this is why your ads stop performing, right? Because 1, you are giving the Facebook algorithm, less to deal with or too much to deal with. So if you give the algorithm too much to deal with, right, it won't give you the best result. If you're giving little to deal with, it won't give you the best result. So by little and much to deal with, I'm talking about, okay, you are doing 0 targeting and your variables are so tiny and your budget is so tiny. It won't give you the best result. So because of your budget, because it's programmed to give you results, it's going to quickly look for the best audience that can, respond to those ad copies and the creatives you have to get results. And once it burns through those audience within that massive pool of audience that you have, it's going to stop giving you the results that you need and you want. Okay? So that is one thing that you need to understand about the Facebook algorithm. Now, the second thing that you need to understand is that, funny. Now, every one of us who try to advertise on Facebook is trying to buy attention. Attention. Okay? We all are trying to buy attention. That is it. Guys, this is important. You need to understand this. It's critical that you understand all of these things I'm saying. Right? We are trying to buy attention of this person on Facebook. Right? This person can be a teacher, it can be a musician, it could be someone who wants to clear their skin of allergies, maybe reaction, maybe you want to get clear of diabetes, high blood pressure. Like this person, like we all are fighting for this person, right? We are trying to get the attention of this person. That is what we all are trying to do. There are millions of advertisers on Facebook. You are not the only one. And people just go on Facebook and just launch their ads thinking that they are just the only one, so they should, by default, they should get results from launching their ads. No, it's not going to happen that way. All right. So you're competing with other people, right? So we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So like, let's say 7 advertising. You're competing. Let's say your niche is you're selling a high blood pressure monitor, or maybe a high blood pressure tea or supplement, whatever it is. You're competing for the attention of this person, right? Someone else who is also selling a headphone is competing for the attention of this person. Guys, this is important. This is important. You need to understand this. We all are vying for the attention of this person. So this is what happens. We all are going to bid to get the attention of this person. So the Facebook algorithm works with bidding of its advertisers. So you and I will need to bid to get the attention of this person. So let's say your budget is 3K. This person's budget is 3K. Don't mind me. This thing is not responding properly. 3K. This person is 5K. This one is 6K. This is 7K. 8K. Right? 9K, 10K. Right? Now, if this person is bidding 10K, this one is bidding 3K, is bidding 9K. Who do you think they will first show these ads to? Like, if you are a business person, remember that Facebook is more interested in first in the user and then the money, and before the advertising. Who do you think they will show these ads to first? It's not the person who is bidding 10K to get the attention of this person. Yeah, sure. Right? So is this person that they will first, show its ad to this person, to this audience that we want to target, right? We all want the attention of this person who is trying to clear high blood pressure, right? But if you're bidding 3K and this other person bidding 10K to get the attention of this person, right? They're first going to show the ad of the one of 10K than you who is bidding 3K to get the attention of this one of 10K. But it doesn't even just stop there. There are other parameters that end up influencing the results that you get as a Facebook advertiser, right? And these are things like the initial conditions or initial response, right, of your ad. So if you launch an ad and people are just clicking and they're not getting results, and you're not getting results, it simply means that once you launch an ad, that's what's going to be happening, because those are the initial, conditioning of, of your ad account. That's what the algorithm have read about the ad account, and it will be difficult for you to now start seeing consistent results, because over time they see people are just clicking, they are not buying, so they are going to show ads people who click more and they are not buying. This has a whole lot to play in people launching ads and seeing clicks, people are not buying, so they are attracting the wrong type of audience. They don't buy, right? people are just, going to their website, right? They just go to their websites and they are not buying. Lots of traffic, but they're not buying. Simply means wrong people are clicking. And this is because of the initial response of people who have responded to their ads. Okay, this influenced the results that they get. Okay, so it's important, right? From everything I've been saying, what is important that you take note of is that Facebook has this brain, and it's important that you give it variables, right, to work with. The more variables that you can give Facebook to work with, the better result that it can give you, right? So you can consider it as garbage in, garbage out kind of, algorithm, right? If you can give it a lot of variables that it can test with. I was speaking to someone and he was trying to ask me, these hackers, how do they end up, hacking into, your account, even though they don't have your password? And the truth is that they don't know. They don't know your password and they can't even guess. So they employ algorithms. Algorithms are like softwares, right? Something that is beyond them, computers that can have combinations of different things. So these computers are going to combine different things, different, alphabets, different numbers, and arrive and this process is usually very fast. Maybe then they will start, putting this together and figuring out what is going to match your password, and they arrive at one, and it locks in. And that's why if you have a password, you want to make it to be really difficult for an algorithm, a computer to guess. Right. So it's the same thing with Facebook. It's an algorithm. It's a computer. Right. So the more variables you can present to it, the more or the higher the probability that it can give you the best results that you need. Different audiences, different images, different ad copies, different ad angles, right? So there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot that the Facebook algorithm controls. Like it controls more than you can control. So what are the things that you, right, as a Facebook advertiser have control over? And those are the things that we're going to be talking about in the next section, right? And one of the things that you have control over is the audience that you can show your. This thing is not writing properly. I've already talked about it like a gazillion times, right? Your audience, right? You have, control over your offer. All right. You have control over your ad angles. This thing is not writing properly, guys. Just hear me out. You have control over your creatives. Okay. These are the things you have control over. Aside of these things, you don't have control over anything, right? So these are the things as a Facebook advertiser that you should be bothered about. These are the things that you should, strive to become better at, and giving the algorithm a lot of, give the algorithm a lot of audiences to work with. Want to give the algorithm a lot of, creatives and ad angles to work with. Of course, you're not going to have multiple offers. A good offer to target to one audience, because I believe you already have talked about that. You know what that is. But the point is, these are the things that you have control over, and these are the things that you should be, be concerned about, to becoming good at, to becoming proficient at, and feeding the algorithm with. Because if you can feed the algorithm with a lot of variables of these things, excluding your offers. Excluding your offers. If you can feed the algorithm with the right audience, like a large pool of audience, and large, ad angles, quite a number of ad angles and creatives, you have a whole lot of higher chance to get results with your Facebook advertising, right? So I believe I've made sense with this video so far, even though this thing was not really writing out the way it should. But I believe you've been hearing me and you understand that this algorithm controls about 90% of your result, because one, look at the hierarchy of their priorities: the user, money, and you, the advertiser. So they first care about the user, they care about their money that they're going to make, and of course you, the advertiser. So first, they're going to make sure that what you are putting out is relevant to the user, all right? And then they want to see the larger amount of money they're going to make from you, and of course, to make money from you, they're not going to give you results. Okay, so they're going to look at the number of variable combination that they can get as fast as possible to get your result. And if you have limited variables, they're going to work with those variables to get you the results. And because they are working to get you the result, if you have so little variable and they work within that variable and work within a certain number of audience that are responding to that variable, and when they exhaust that audience that are responding to that variable that you've given them, right, you exhaust the pool of audience that they can now show your ads to give you even further results. And this is why people launch ads. It works for 3-4 days, 2-3-4 days, and stop working. All right, so I hope this makes sense to you. And in the next video, we are going to start looking at how you can research your audience and moving to your creatives and as well as ad copies, and then we're now looking at your ad campaign structures. All right, so I believe I've been able to communicate a few things to you in respect to, or in regards to, the Facebook big brain, right? So I hope you love this video. Yeah, it could be boring because it's quite long and we just said a whole lot of things, and this thing wasn't even responding the way it should. But I believe that you got some things from this video. If you got some things, go ahead and make sure that you imbibe them. Okay, it's important they are part of you as a Facebook advertiser. I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so before I move into the audience research and every other thing that you have to do, such as setting up your campaigns, campaign structures, it's important that I talk about the campaign objectives. And this is like your goal, right? What do you aim to achieve when you set up your campaigns? Remember that we said that Facebook is interested in 3 things. One is the user, and secondly, they're interested in themselves. They want to make money, and then you yourself. So they want to give you results, because when they give you results, they make money. And giving you a result, they work with what you asked them for. And this is where the campaign objectives come into play, right? Now in front of you, you are going to be seeing different campaign objectives. Over time, these has been grouped into about 6 campaign objectives. There were more than this, and they were distinctively grouped into the funnel, right? So call it the Facebook funnel. Okay, from awareness to discovery to conversion, awareness, engagement, conversion, right? But let's work with what you have in front of you, because of course this is what a lot of you are going to be seeing. Now the first objective here is awareness. In awareness is basically you trying to say, oh, listen, I want to get people to know about my brand. I want people to know about your whatever it is that you're doing. Basically, you're not interested in making sales. You're not really interested in engagements. You just want people to see what you're doing. All right. So you can see that you can see where it says, awareness campaigns show your ads to people who are most likely to remember them, right? And this is good for reach, for brand awareness, for video views, right? And store location awareness, right? I believe you guys can see what is on the screen there. Store location awareness. Then there is traffic. Says people who are very likely, right, to click, right, visit your website. And visiting your website doesn't mean that they are going to buy, right? So you have things like link clicks, landing page views, messenger, Instagram, when you're sending people to your Instagram or to WhatsApp, or to even, call you, right? All of these things are just, classified under the traffic objective. Okay, so if you just want people to go to your website and look at what you have there, your goal is not to get them to buy. Your goal is not to, for them to perform any other action than just visiting your website. Then that is what you can choose. And of course, there is engagement. So engagement simply means you want them to engage with your content. So you have videos, you have a post, right? You want people to engage with it. You want people to send you messages. Engagement is an objective that you can use. Lead, of course, these are people who they have interest in what you have, but then you want to take their phone number, their name, their email. That's what a lead is. A lead is someone who has given you the go ahead to contact them, right? That's a lead. And if those are what you're interested in, you want people to give you their name, their email, the phone numbers, and any other thing you might require, then lead objective is what you can choose while setting up your campaigns. And then there is app. Okay, so for those persons who have apps, this is an objective for them to choose. But for most of you here who are on this training, this is an e-commerce training, you are going to be working with the sales objective, right? Because of course that's what you want to make sales. Okay, so this is an objective that the goal is you want to make sales, you want people to add to cart, you want people to purchase, right? Now this is very important. The objective that you choose while trying to set up your campaigns is very important, because Facebook is going to go ahead, the algorithm, right? Talk about this whole big brain, and remember we said that this big brain knows everyone who is on the platform, right? Over time they've gathered footprints of people, your activities, your interests, and all of that. So they know what you do, they know what you've been doing, right? So your objective here is what the algorithm is going to look like. Oh, do you want people who are going to click? They're just going to go ahead and send you people who are very likely, more likely to click on your post, on your content, on your links, right? That is what they are going to do. If you say you want sales, they are going to go ahead and find the likely persons, people who are more likely to, buy from you, buy what you have to sell. If it is engagement, they're just gonna go ahead and find people who are likely to leave a comment, leave a like, leave a reaction on your post, and all of that. So for most of you, you're going to be using the sales objective, and of course, I encourage you to use the sales objective. For those of you who are going to be running e-commerce, at least for a start, that is an objective that you should be using until you become really sophisticated and you probably have a strategy in place, and then you can start making use of other objectives that Facebook have right here. But like I said, for most of you, as you're starting, your goal is to make sales as fast, as quickly as possible. So you want to make sure that you stick with the sales objective. All right, in the next video, I'm going to talk a little bit about how Facebook go about targeting. You need to understand how they come about this entire targeting of the thing, right? Because when you do, then you can really know exactly what you should do when you're about to target, when it's time for you to set up your campaigns. Now, these things we're talking about might seem boring and all that, but it's important that you know these things before we move into the phase where we are going to set up your first campaign. All right, we're going to first set up your first campaign, but first it's important that you know these things. So here, these are the campaign objectives, and it's important that you know what they are and what they mean. All right, when you know this, then you know that if I want sales, I want to choose the sales objective. If I want leads, then I want to choose the leads objective. Okay, so that's it for this video. All right, so in this video we're going to be talking about Facebook ads targeting. All right, so that you can have an understanding of how it works and you can make insightful decisions when it's time for you to start targeting your audience. Now, there are three broad ways that Facebook allows you to target your audience, right? And one of them is through demographics. Okay, more like the physical attributes of these people, their age, their gender, things like that. Okay, then you have interest. Okay, the things that the people are interested in. They're interested in blogging, they're interested in music, they're interested in reading books, things like that. Then the last one is through their behaviors. Okay, so they make use of iPhone, they access Facebook using iPhone or through Android, or they travel a lot, so their location, their GPS changes. Okay, with that, Facebook can know their behavior, right? So Facebook can tell if they travel a lot, they change their location, and you can do a lot in terms of this with Facebook ads. But I want to explain a few things to you. Okay, now when it comes to demographics, it's straightforward, right? You can say my audience, these are people who are between the ages of 30 to 60, or my audience are between the ages of 25 to 45 or 50, right? So you can do things like that, and you can say my audience, they are majorly females and not males, right? Or they are both males and they are females. You get the point. Now, but interest targeting on Facebook is highly flawed. Why do I say so? Is this is based on your interaction with posts and content on the platform, and it's daughter or partner platform. So this could be on Instagram and the likes of it, right? WhatsApp, Facebook, of course, right? So if your friend posted an image, or maybe your sister gave birth, right, and or your brother the wife gave birth, and you posted the picture of the child, say, oh, welcome, my darling girl, right? Now with that content, Facebook is going to tag you as a parent, right? Or someone made a post about a celebrity, and you comment, oh, this celebrity looks good, right? Facebook is going to tag you as someone who, likes the celebrity, and you are likely to be a follower and things like that. What I'm trying to say is the interest targeting is highly flawed, in the sense that Facebook tags people with interests that they are not really interested in, right? So you can like a picture of astronauts, but it doesn't mean you're interested in astronauts and their explorations in terms of going to the moon, right? You're not fascinated by it. Okay, you might just love a footballer. Maybe you like Messi, or you like Ronaldo, or you like JJ Okocha, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have interest in football, right? So but because you like images or content that are related to these people, Facebook is going to tag you with that interest. Okay, so I just want to let you know that the interest targeting is highly flawed in terms of targeting on Facebook, and we are going to look at some of these things right on the ads manager. And the last one here is the behavior. Now, behaviors are something that they are constant, all right? And if someone is using an Android phone, you can change that, right? Until of course of course you can say this is not it, right? Because they are using an Android phone, or they are using an Apple, right? iOS, right? Or if they travel and get their GPS location changes, they can change that. They can be where they're not. Of course, we live in a time of VPNs and all that, but my point here is demographics and behaviors, they are the more reliable form of targeting on Facebook. And we've seen that over and over and over again. And Facebook is not even advising advertisers to, go broader, right, in terms of their targeting. Okay, so if we look into the ads manager, you can see these are the different options that Facebook gives. So if you look at the detailed targeting option and go to browse, you're going to see the different targeting categories, right, that Facebook makes available. So under demographics, you're going to be seeing some things here, right? Their age, their education level, their financial status. That these are things that they cannot hide, because if you live in a region whereby, of course, every household, they are spending, their credit score, they are made available, all right? Things like this, they can change those, right? Then, of course, your relationship status. These are, people can, change their relationship status. Facebook can ask you, are you single? Are you married? Are you in a relationship? Are you engaged? Right? Things like that. Okay. Then, of course, there is interest. Okay, there's interest, and this can be broken down even further: advertising, banking, and the likes. Okay, a lot of options here. If you really dig into it, you're going to see different interest. Okay, then of course there are behaviors, and this is like, okay, person celebrates anniversary. Let's see. Okay, mobile user. What type of mobile are they using? Their behavior, their purchase behavior, right? So if someone has purchased something before, on Facebook, it's easier for Facebook to know, okay, this person is a past, has, that behavior that they've purchased in the past, okay? And consumer classification, their digital activities, okay, Facebook payment. My point is, when it comes to targeting, okay, you want to leave things as open as possible unless you operate in a niche that is very unique. Okay, so let's say, for instance, you're in a niche that you only want to target doctors, or chiropractors, right, or pharmacists, things like that. If you're engineers, architects, so if you're in like dentist, orthopologist, things like that. So if your market is unique, like it is detailed, then you can start, really digging deep into your target audience, okay? But if your market is a little bit broad, okay, you can decide to choose a broad audience, or just even leave it open, okay, and use your messaging to call out your audience. All right, use your messaging to call out your audience. It's better to use your messaging to call out your audience than trying to mess with the detailed targeting here and end up reaching the wrong type of people. Now Facebook has got to the point whereby it's really advanced and smart. The algorithm is smart, and it can figure out your target audience. All right, so instead of trying to mess things up in terms of your targeting, you can leave it wide open, unless, like I said, you want to be really detailed, you want your audience is specific, or maybe you're in e-commerce and you want to narrow down to people who are engaged shoppers. In such cases, then you can do that. Okay, if you want to do any form of targeting or any form of narrowing down, I will advise that you do that majorly using demographics and behaviors. Okay, use demographics and behaviors. That will help you to reach your target audience far better than using interest, okay, because it's flawed. All right, so I hope you get it. Let's move on to the next video. Alright, so in this section we're going to be talking about how you can win in the game of Facebook advertising. I know that we've been talking all this time and you feel, okay, well, why shouldn't we just go into the ads manager and set up a campaign? But here is the thing: you need to understand that what you do outside of the campaign, out of the ads manager, what you do, right, and the things you put in place before you head over to the ads manager to start clicking is more important, right? So what you do outside of the ads manager is more important than the clicking that you do inside of the ads manager. So it's important that you get to really understand all of these things that I'm trying to talk to you guys about. Now, in the previous videos and section, we talked about the big brain, we talked about the purpose of Facebook and all of those things. These things are important because once you head over to the ads manager and start setting up your campaigns, it gives you an idea, okay, what are the things that I should expect and what should I do? And from our discussion about the big brain, we say that the big brain is responsible for everything that happens on Facebook, right? Some of you will call it, a machine, some the programmers will say it's based on machine learning. But at the end of the day, your results are highly dependent on the algorithm, right? And that's the big brain. Okay, so if you want to win in the game of Facebook advertising, you need to understand how to make sure you are doing what the algorithm wants you to do. And we said something that in the game of advertising, it's based off auctions. Okay, auction. Okay, so it's like bidding. So you head over to refer, and they put up something, for bidding, right? Maybe a car, something, right? And people will start bidding. I'm going to pay a million naira. I'm going to pay 1.5 million, things like that. So the highest bidder usually takes the product, right? It's the same thing with Facebook. Okay, so there are millions of advertisers. We've already established this, but I just want to refresh our memory, right? There are different advertisers. So these are advertisers. Okay, all of these are these are all advertisers, and you want to see this is the algorithm, and this algorithm is what have different data or about your target audience. All right, so all of these advertisers are trying to reach Mr. John right here. Okay, but now look at the thing. Mr. John only has a budget of 5,000. Okay, sorry, let's say Uncle James. Uncle James has 5,000 naira budget. Joseph has 6,000. Okay, Ngozi has 6.5. Okay, that's 6,500. Then Nkechi has 7,000. All right, then Larry has 7.5. That's 7,500. And then Ify here has 7,800 naira. Now, before Facebook, the algorithm, right, not Facebook particularly, the algorithm, before it goes ahead and show the ad that is being run by all of these advertisers to John, right, which is the target audience, is going to first look at all of the the advertisers, their budgets, right, and determine who is the highest bidder. Okay, and then show the ad to Mr. John. Okay, so the highest bidder will win that spot. But here is the thing, it goes beyond just budget when it comes to beating other advertisers to the game. When it comes to Facebook advertising, there are other things that you want to make sure that you have in place, and one of them is your account quality. Okay, account quality. All right, how well are you doing the things that Facebook wants you to do? How well are you making sure that you are not violating policies, you are not violating community standards? How well is that, right? So the algorithm is going to look into your account quality, and this is why, even though you're having large budget, but you have very bad account quality that is going into the negative, you might just be spending a whole lot of money on your campaigns and not really getting the result that you get. Okay, so it's not just about the budget, all right, but there are other factors, and that's what I'm trying to put out here now. Now, the other factor that will also determine the first person that was going to win the slot to have this ad shown to Mr. John is the engagement, right? Okay, how well is your ad relevant to Mr. John? Right, how well is your ad relevant? Your ad copies, your creatives. Is it when you look at every other person, when the algorithm checks every other person, is yours going to align better to Mr. James? Then you can win the slot, even if your budget is the lowest. Okay, if you have the highest score in terms of account quality, you have the highest score in terms of engagement, right, you are going to win the slot to have your ad shown to Mr. John. Do you know why? We established before that the most important thing to Facebook, right, we said the most important thing to Facebook, or the algorithm, right, the big brain, okay, is the user. Okay, right, so whatever makes the user happy, whatever connects with the user better, Facebook will always make that thing a priority. All right. So you want to make sure, if you want to win in the game of Facebook, you want to make sure that that's why I gave you the assignment. You go and read the advertising policies. It's important that you do. All right. You want to make sure that your account is healthy, quality of your account is healthy, and of course you are putting out creatives, you're writing copies that align with your target market, because the algorithm is going to look at all of these things before it goes on to show your ads to your target audience. Right now, there are a few things that you must have in place if you want to win, and one of them is your offer. Okay, I'm not going to be talking about offer because I believe that you've been taught what offers are, but here is what you want to understand. People are not just your product means nothing to them. Okay, your services means nothing. Okay, for those of you who are in e-commerce, of course, you're going to be selling products. But the point is, people don't buy products; they buy experiences. All right, they buy feelings. Okay, why will someone decide to go for a Rolls Royce and not just get one Lexus, right, or even get a Corolla or a Camry? Right, status, they want to make a statement. Okay, so experience the feelings that they want to get. That's why they want to so you want to know one thing that I would say you should go ahead and look at. Just Google the limbic map. Okay, just Google it and look through it. It will help you to understand the emotions behind the desires of people. Okay, but that's that, right? I'm not here to talk about offers. Now, the second thing, if you want to win in Facebook advertising, is your audience. Okay. Now, one thing that we established in the previous videos is that if you want to make the algorithm happy, you want to give it variables. All right, so it's important that you have multiple audiences that you are going to be targeting. Okay, it's important that you have multiple images. So let's say creatives, images, all right, and videos. Okay, that you are going to show to people, and of course, your messaging has to be relevant to your target audience. Okay, so first you need to, because we've already established that no one head over to Facebook to buy something, right? So you want to hook them, you want to gain their attention, right? So you want to make sure you put out something that gets their attention. Okay, something out of their ordinary, something that piques their curiosity, something I want them to know, oh, what is this? I would like to know more, right? So you want to make sure that your messaging inculcates all of these things. All right, so of course these are your creatives, okay, and of course your copies. Okay, your copies, and this spills into the ad angles that you make use of. Listen, if you want to win in the game of Facebook, you need to give the algorithm variables. We've already established that when you have a pool of audience, this, like, pay attention to this. I know I've explained this, but I'm just going to explain it one more time. Okay, when you have a pool of audience, you have this pool of audience. So if you just target, let's say you go ahead and target skincare, right? And for most people, they dial it in and say L'Oreal, right? Or you do Nivea, right? Those are specific interests, right? Which means you are becoming really targeted, laser targeted. And there is nothing wrong with that. The only problem is when you have your this pool. So let's say this entire pool, all right, this entire pool, pardon my sketches, this entire pool is beauty. Okay, and you now said that out of this entire pool, you are going to target L'Oreal, or let's even widen it a little bit. Let's say skincare. Okay, so this pool here is skincare. So Facebook is going to start with the variables that you given to it. So you give it, one ad copy. All right, one ad copy. Let's say, for instance, 2 images. Okay. It's going to start, sampling, this region, sample. These skincare audience that you've chosen is going to sample with what you have, and from the sampling it's going to discover that maybe this entire portion of skincare is like 5 million people. All right. But from the sampling and the number of images and ad copy that you're given to read, it saw that it's only a very little portion of this entire pool of 5 million people that are actually responding. Maybe just out of these 5 million, down to just a hundred audience that are actually responding. Okay. But now they start showing your ads to these 100 people, and of course they can even further narrow it down. Maybe it goes down to maybe 50 or 30, right? And what now happens is that because this ad is going to this small audience, and because remember the third priority of the algorithm is to get you a result as fast as possible. It's going to as fast as possible, so it's going to try to look for where to give you the results as fast as possible. So this is why I'm going to dial it down into the audience and then find that small spot that is going to give you results, and they start giving results. But now the problem now is because it's just a little portion, right, and your variables are not a lot, there will not be frequency, right? Repetition. Okay, so they will continue to be showing this variable to this small, audience that you now have, and over time, because people keep seeing your ad, they become so used to it, and of course, this is not retargeting your ad; it's different, right? They are used to it, so when they see your ad, they just scroll past it. Okay, this is why I've talked about this. This is why someone launches an ad. It runs for 4 days, right? And then everything, goes, down, right? It plummets, your results starts dropping because one, the pool of audience you've given the algorithm to work with is either large or too small, and the variables that you presented it with to work with is too small, right? So if you want to get results with Facebook advertising, you want to give the algorithm variables, all right? Because the algorithm also learns. It learns to know, what it's trying to mash things together. Okay, maybe this person will like video, right? Maybe this person will like an image. Maybe this person will like text. Maybe this person just want to have maybe an image with a text on it. This person will like it better. The algorithm is smarter than you. All right, so you want to allow the algorithm to do its thing, right? Give it a lot of variables to work with, and if you working with a limited budget, then you also want to know the number of variables. Too much is still bad, especially if you're working with a very small budget, and of course we're going to be talking about that. All right, but the point is, if you want to win in the game of Facebook advertising, you want to give the algorithm variables, and then we want to make sure that your account is in good standing. All right, one thing you need to know is that the algorithm still look at the history of your account. So if you have a good history, your account has been getting results, is most likely, and you are in good books, you don't violate policies, your account is going to give you a good result. But if they look at the past data from your account and they see that you are having issues, you don't even convert, it's still going to affect future campaigns that you run. So for those of you who are on a clean slate, it's important that you start in a good note, on a clean slate. You are starting the right way, and that is why all of these things that I'm explaining to you, that you take them seriously, even as we go into setting up the campaigns. But of course, before we go ahead and set up campaigns, you need to learn how to research your audience, and then of course you want to also know how to put together your creatives. Okay, well, because write your ad copies. I believe you've been taught also how to write ad copies. I'll also share with you how you can also write ad copies in this section. And then once you have all of these things ready, you can now decide that, okay, it's time. What kind of campaign structure am I going to have? Then once you have that, the campaign structure, then you can now go ahead and launch your campaigns. All right. So you can see that clicking is the least amount of thing that you should worry about in the ads manager. Right, what you should worry about is what your preparation, right, before heading over to the ads manager to do your clicking. So I hope you got something from this video. I will see you in the next video. All right, so from the previous video we have established the fact that if we must win in the game of Facebook advertising, then we need variables, and one of those variables is your audience. All right, your audience. And we also established that there are different ways of reaching your audience on Facebook. And we said one of the ways you can reach your audience is via their interest. Okay. And we also say that another way that you can reach them is via their behavior. Right, and then the third way that you can reach them is via their demographics. Okay, if you hear psychographics, that's also behavior. Okay, psychographic. Okay, so basically interest is the things that they like, the things they are interested in, and of course Facebook, the algorithm kind of collates all of this data, and over time you can group individuals into different interest groups. All right, and like I've said, it's important that you are specific with your audience. So don't be one of those persons who just go on Facebook and just say they want to sell, skincare serum. Right, who is your skincare serum for? Right, you have to be specific, and it's okay to test different audience. All right, so for instance, if you have a skincare serum, don't just go on Facebook and just sell it. Who exactly are you selling it to? Are you selling it to mothers? Are you selling it to working class people? Right, are you going to target males? Right, is it for men who are working and care about their skin? Are you trying to sell it to dermatologists who can recommend to their clients? Right, so you have to be specific with your target audience. Okay, so for instance, for most persons, they don't even know their target audience, the people who they want to sell their offer to or the product to, right? So if you're one of those persons, there is a simple tool that you can use to determine different audiences for your product, and it's called CopyCop. Okay, so if you go to copycopai.com, okay, copycopai.com, you can see it right there. You get some credits to use absolutely for free. All right, CopyCop AI helps you to write compliant copy so that you don't get your account shut down on Facebook. Anyway, so once you've signed up for an account, you head over to where it says Cops. Scroll all the way down to where it says Audience Research. Okay, right here you can decide to type in the product that you have. So for instance, it can be a hair growth serum. Okay, or let's just do sleep sleep supplement, for instance. Okay, sleep supplement, that's our product. Okay, and let's hit submit and see the different audience that we can sell this product to. Okay, because like we've said, if we want to win, we must have variables, right? We must present the algorithm with variables. All right, so looking here, you can see that there are different audience that we can sell this product to. Okay, office workers, entrepreneurs, so people who need restful sleep to maintain high energy levels, and healthcare professionals, pilots, flight attendants, right? High school students. But I won't sell to high. Now, one other thing you want to know is that take note of is when you're trying to sell, you want to make sure that you are selling to people who have some kind of disposable income or have some purchasing power, right? Because of course you want someone who can afford your product. Okay, so you can see right here it says stay-at-home parents, working parents, athletes, professional athletes, recreational athletes, travelers. All right, so we can sell this to travelers. People who are going on business travels, going from one location to another, and their sleep cycle is affected. We can sell this product. Then of course, people have sleep disorders, right? Insomnia, sleep apnea, right? So these are different audience that you can decide to sell this product to. Right. So now the reason why this is important is that when you know the exact person that you're selling your product to, it becomes easy to communicate with the person. One thing that I do once I know the person I'm trying to sell the product to is to create what I call an empathy map, right? You want to know, the things they've heard, they are seeing, things they are hearing, their hell, their heaven, what they are looking to achieve, and all of that. Having all of those things put together will help you to write the perfect messaging, right? Or of course, that's going to be your ad copy that you are going to present to them right on Facebook, right? You are speaking in a language that they can understand, and there's no way you can speak in a language that someone understand if you've not done research on the person. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is get clear with who you want to target right on Facebook. Now, so once you get clear with who you want to target on Facebook, so let's say for instance you want to target travelers, right? Travelers, you say, okay, I want to target. I have a sleep supplement. I want to target travelers, right? Now you can decide to target using interest. You can decide to target using behaviors. You can decide to target through their demographics, instead of male, female, that's their gender or their age bracket, right? And we've already established in the previous videos that the best way to actually target on Facebook is going to be behaviors and demographic. But does it mean that you cannot use interest? Of course you can use interest. Remember that you also want to give the algorithm variables, right, to work with. That way it's easy to start making different combination to get you the best results possible. All right, so when you look at this and you look into the behavior of a traveler, of course it's going to be someone who's going to be traveling a lot, right? Maybe it's going to be visiting embassies, things like that, right? And when you look at the demographics, how old is this person is going to look like? How old will this person be? Right? They have 25 to 60, but are you going to use 25 to 60? Well, I'm going to talk more about targeting once we start setting up our campaigns. I'm going to show you certain strategy that I use in terms of using demographics. That way it becomes really easier for you to find that ideal demographics that will give you the best results. All right. So that is one thing you can do to, get clear with your audience. All right. Because of course you want to know who you want to sell the product to. Okay. Now, once you are good with who you want to sell this product to. So for instance, we are selling our product to uh, uh, our sleep supplement to business traveler, okay, who need better sleep to combat jet lag, perform well during business trip and maintain. So I'm going to copy this, okay, and we can now decide to go to AI chart. Still on CopyCop, you can go to AI chart, and I'm going to scroll a little bit down and look for where it says audience analyst. Okay. With this audience analyst, I can chart and going to give me a few things about my audience. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and click on new conversation. I'm going to say, hello, what products are we looking into today? So I'm going to say, I have a sleep supplement for business travelers. Okay, it must not always be business travelers, by the way. Business travelers who need better sleep. So that is it. I'm going to paste that in there, and with this, it's going to tell me the pain points of these people, their desired outcome, what they are looking to achieve, what makes them to purchase, some kind of angle that I can even use to promote the product. Remember, one thing that we also said that you want to have once you start launching your ads is different angles. Okay, that's something that you want to have done. You want to have different angles to reach this your ideal audience. Okay, and which of course travelers, right? So right here we can see that the bot has gone ahead to tell us the pain points of, and so it's also doing the research that they ought to do manually to find out, and this is what you get to do if you're putting together your empathy map. Right. So trouble falling asleep due to jet lag and disrupted sleep patterns. So this is very common. This is a common issue amongst travelers. That's what it's trying to tell us here. Then feeling tired and fatigued during business trips because of course their sleep cycle is disrupted, right? Then difficulty maintaining a regular sleep, that's that. So what are they looking to achieve? Improve sleep quality, right, and duration, reduce jet lag symptoms, increase energy and alertness during business trips, enhance ability to concentrate. Then of course, why are they going to buy? What triggers their purchase? Upcoming business travel plans. So they're about to travel. People are planning, certain business travels. These are going to be the right people to sell to. Then experiencing severe jet lag symptoms during previous trips, right? Feeling consistently fatigued, lack of success with sleep aids remedies. Then of course, what are the unique value proposition? That your product need to have, or your offer need to have for it to really appeal to the this audience, right? They specifically designed, right, for business travelers with unique sleep challenges. Can you see that? So one thing that will make your offers really powerful is when they are tailored to a specific audience. Okay, if you have a weight loss supplement, right, and you say this weight loss supplement is for women who just gave birth and are trying to lose belly fat, right? that product will sell more to those audience than will sell more than just saying this is a weight loss supplement to lose belly fat, right? Because now it is specific, and when someone who just gave birth and trying to lose belly fat sees it, the person is going to look at that product and see that, okay, this product or this offer is specifically made for me, and that increases the chances of the person actually taking up on that offer, right? Then formulated with natural ingredients. So these are the things that will make them to buy them. Unique features and benefit, fast acting, does not make them to form a habit. Uncertainty, like perceived risk, why would they, the concerns they have and all that, side effects, worries about. So these are things that you can, all of these things outlined here will help you to now counter all of these objections. These are different objections that come up on here that you can use to use on your, on your copies, your message, maybe on your landing pages, your product pages, right? Either through your advertorial, your pre-sale, or even your product page, you can have things like this just to counter all of these objections. Then you can see 5 main psychographics, right? Business travelers. Then they also give other people, individuals who value work-life balance, people who struggle with sleep and understand the impact on their understand the impact on their well-being, jet setters who frequently travel for business, okay, executives and entrepreneurs. Anyway, and here is also giving us some demographics to also look at. Executive level professionals age 30 to 55, which makes a whole lot of sense. And it's telling us that these are people with high purchasing power, right? And of course, frequent business travelers, consultants, salespeople, entrepreneurs, managers, and team leads, Then top main by desires, improve sleep, which is something that we've gone through already. Reduce jet lag symptoms, we've gone through all of this. Confidence in maintaining work-life balance, right? So what are they actually looking for? They want to experience restful and rejuvenating sleep while feeling confident in their ability to maintain their professional performance, right? So this is their ultimate goal, right? So they want a restful sleep, but of course they want to be at the top of their game, because of course that is what they do. Okay, then of course it gives us headline ideas that we can use, and there are some other stuff that you can look at here. Advertising angles that you can play with. Remember that we talked about variables, so you want to give the algorithm variations of everything that you're doing, because with that it can start combining different all of these different variables to arrive at that thing that actually works better, right? Wake up refreshed, stay ahead of your competition, powerful sleep for powerful people. So these are different ad goals, right? Now the other thing that you can decide to look at as well is, okay, now we've got all of these things, information about our audience, and now we know with all of this we have an idea, okay, what can we even write? What will the message be, or what will our messaging look like on Facebook, right? We have that picture, it's clear, right? But how about if we want to look at maybe some target ideas, targets, maybe if you want to use interest, for instance. And this is where another board, you can also use another board, and I'm just going to right click this, and I'm going to look over this one that says Facebook Ads Expert, right? Now what we're going to do here is to tell this Facebook Ad Expert I'm going to start a new conversation. So I'm your Facebook blah blah blah, ready to answer your questions, targeting questions and all that, right? So we're going to say we can use the same. We can use the same prompts initially, all right? Yeah. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it on the notepad to make sure that there are no formatting. Come on here and see what this provides us, right? Now, another way you can actually start, aside just using this bot, okay, you can start looking at what kind of things that interest these people, what kind of books they read, what kind of celebrities they follow, what kind of blogs do they visit, what kind of pages do they like, where is their place of worship, and most of these things you can arrive at them through Google searches. Okay, so for instance we can say magazines. All right, magazines for frequent business travelers, right? Travelers. And if you want to do it in Nigeria, that's fine, right? But let's just go ahead and even do that. Let's see what this gives us. So Aspire Luxury Magazine, BTA, BTB Travel Magazine. So you can see these are different, things that you can even start looking at targeting on Facebook. If you see them on Facebook, you can start looking at things like that, right? So these are ways that you can come up with, different targeting option to look at. Also books. All right, you can say business books, because of course these are business people, right? Business books, all right, or business magazines, business books for entrepreneurs, things like that, right? Business books for entrepreneurs, right? If those are the specific audience, right, and not just other professional type of audience. You get what I mean? But this board, let's look at what this board is going to provide us. Okay, so it's telling us that location target business owners. Okay, I didn't tell it. Okay, target major business hubs and cities where business travelers are likely to visit, right? But of course, it depends on. I didn't tell it, the region of my audience. Okay, so I can just say, those in Nigeria, wherever it is that you are using for your targeting. But let's just continue with what it's just going to spit out some of these things for you that you can use, right? Age, target working professionals, and said 25 to 55. I think this was similar to the same audience that we are given from the audience analyst. I think 30 to 50 or 55. I can't really, but it's same age range, right? Job titles. Of course, you can target with job titles on Facebook, right? Job titles, relevant title, executives, consultants, salespeople, frequent flyers. And they said interest, that we can also look at people interested in travel, right? Of course, you should see social interest on Facebook, business, travel, productivity, stress management, and sleep related topics like insomnia, right? So these are the different types of interest that you can decide to target with your Facebook ads. Okay, and of course it even went ahead to write some ad copy for you to make use of, but of course that's not the the topic we're talking about in this video, right? We're talking about the audience, and this is what you need to do to really be defined, to know who your target audience is and how you can even reach your target audience. Because when you know your target audience, your messaging becomes easy, right? Your messaging communicates better to your target market. All right, so these are some of the things, or this is what you should do to make sure that you are clear. Right, you want to be clear about who you want to sell your offer, your product to. Right, so in the next video we're going to look at how you can start coming up with your ad copies. I'm just going to share with you how you can do that, but I believe you already know how to write your copies, because a section has been given, and those things have been taken care of. But of course, I'm going to share with you how you can write your own ad copies in the next video. Right, I hope you actually go through this exercise and ensure that you know exactly who you want to target, and before moving on to the next video. I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so today we are going to be looking at ad copies. In the previous video we talked about audience, so by now you are dialed in, you know who your target audience is. Now once you have your target audience, you want to be able to get the attention of your target audience and get them, kind of pick their interest to check out your solution. And to do this, one of the pieces that you will need to do this is your ad copy. All right, so these are piece of text that you use to get the attention of people, to pick their interest of your target audience, by the way, to check out your solution. Now when you look at this ad, this is an ad, right, by this company, Native. You will see that we have some text here. So this text you see here is an ad copy. All right, the text you see on this image right here, naughty saints that feel really nice, that is an ad copy. It is a copy. And right here you can see a headline. This is a headline. On your copy you can see it says a merry good clean. It's also a copy. All right, so the whole essence of your ad copy is to pick the interest of your on Facebook, or for your ads. All right, for your ad is to pick the interest of your audience and get them interested in your solution, to check it out. And for you to do this effectively, you need to wrap your copies around ad angles. All right, ad angles. So ad angles, you want to look at ad angles as a way that you communicate the uniqueness of your solution. Okay, so you can have different ad angles. You can communicate the value, all right, or the uniqueness of your solution to someone using different ways. All right, and ad angles is how we do it in terms of copies, advertising copies. And for your ad angles to be effective, right, there are three elements that your ad copies must contain. One of them is uniqueness. Okay, your ad angles has to be unique. It doesn't have to, it must not be something that they are used to. And this is why you need to do research into your market to see what your competitors are already putting out there. You want to differentiate yourself, so make sure that you're not saying the same thing like your competitors. Because when your audience see the same thing from you and you sound just like your competitors, they're just going to label you as one of them. All right, so you want to make sure that your ad angles, they are unique. Secondly, Your ad angle has to be specific. Okay, they have to speak to an audience. Okay, they don't have to speak to everyone, and this is why we said in the previous video that it's important that you dial in into your audience, your avatar. You must have one specific person you are trying to reach. And the third thing that your ad angles must have is they have to grab attention. Okay, they have to grab attention. And grabbing attention of people, it simply means that you want to speak to you want to trigger their emotions. Okay, so most of the time what you do is to wrap your angles around people's emotions. And by the way, if you have not checked out the limbic map, right? I think I mentioned that. I don't know, I can't remember if it's in the previous video, but I mentioned the limbic map. I believe that by now you should have looked at it, right? But anyway, you want to trigger people's emotions, okay? And you're trying to trigger, their psychology, things that get them to kind of light up to want to know more about what it is that you have. Remember, what you're doing on Facebook is to buy attention. Okay, you're trying to get the attention of people. Remember the first video we had about the platform that people are not on Facebook to buy, right? And they are there to make friends, and there to watch funny videos, and your ad is popping up. So you must, be able to grab their attention. Your copies is one of the ways you can grab their attention. Of course, your creatives, you're going to do that with your creatives. We're going to talk about that creatives in the next video. We're going to be talking about creatives, but today in this video we're talking about ad copy. So for you to get the attention of people, you have to trigger their emotions. And one of the ways you can trigger their emotions is wrapping your ad angles around benefits, what they want. Okay, benefits that they get from your product, right? Another thing that you can wrap your ad copies around is curiosity. Okay, curiosity, right? There are different emotions that you can wrap your ad angles around. Fear, right? Greed, okay, and the rest of them. Okay, so you can wrap your ad angles around these different emotions to get the attention of your audience. Now, in the previous video we did some form of analysis, and we were able to come up with, or the bot generated some ad angles for us, and these were about 5 different angles, right? So you can see these ad angles: wake up refreshed, conquer jet lag. Of course, we are speaking to people who travel, right? Stay ahead of the competition, sleep better, perform better, right? Of course, we are talking to people who are in business. Of course, in business, you're trying to compete to become better. Not just only in business, with career people, of course, people who travel, and powerful sleep for powerful people, right? We're just speaking to same people who are, trying to play the status game, trying to compete, trying to, do great things, right? The travel here and there. So the whole idea around these ad angles, by the way, you will see that we are speaking to, they are benefit driven. Okay, these angles are benefit driven. The whole idea, or the big idea that is wrapped around here, is that you can travel and still have quality sleep. Okay, so that's a big idea, but we're trying to communicate this in different ways. All right, and this is where ad angles come in. All right, so you want to make sure that you wrap your your ad copies around ad angles, and like we said before, you want to give the algorithm variables. the algorithm plays so well with variables. You want to give it different variables or add and goals. All right, add and goals and variables to work with. Okay, if instead of just giving it just one copy to work with, of course you can decide to use maybe 3 5 different ad copies around different theme and angles, and allow the algorithm to do its thing and find what works best to communicate with your audience, and get you the best results. So you want to make sure that you are able to wrap your ad copies around different ad angles, and you have to also make sure that you're being congruent with what is on your landing page. Okay, so you want to make sure that what you're communicating with to people with your ad copies is something that when they land on your landing page could be your advertorial, could be your product page. It has to be something that they find. Okay, so congruency is very important. Okay, congruency. So it has to be congruent with what you have on your landing page. Okay, don't try to tell people that they will sleep better, and then they get to your landing page, it is something else they are seeing, right? No. So you want to make sure that it's congruent, right? And you are driving people to a landing page to consume your content and your offers, right? Another thing you need to know is that when it comes to e-commerce, you don't really need a lot of copy. Okay, like take a look at this copy that I showed you guys. You can see that it's quite straightforward, simple copy. So your copy must not be so long. Okay, it must not be very long. The copy can be very short and it can still perform well. It can still be long and it will perform well. In fact, like I said, you want to give the algorithm variables. So if you can give the algorithm variables, great. So if you look at this company right here, you can see that most of their copies, they are very, very short, and of course they have copies on their creatives as well. Now you might be asking, okay, how do I generate or come up with different ad angles? And one of the ways that you can come up with your ad angles is using a tool like CopyCop. Okay, of course you can, like, I can ask, like, can I get more ad angles? Can I get more curiosity driven ad angles? Right, driven ad angles. And it's going to try and provide me with curiosity driven ad angles. Anyway, so that is what you can do. You can ask the bot to generate some of these things for you, and it will do that. Another thing that you can do is go to the ads manager. So this is the ads library. This is the ads library, and right here you can come up with can see what the market is putting out there, right? Not necessarily copying, right? You mustn't copy. You can guess an angle from even a different type of product, right? The whole essence of this is that you have to be creative with some of these things, right? Another way that you can come up with your ad angles is looking at advertorials, right? Native ads, right? Native ads. So this is CNN. On CNN, when you look at some of the sections of the site, you are going to find some ads. Okay, So this is an ad, by the way, right? Whiten your teeth at home in less than 5 minutes with this revolutionary toothbrush. And by the way, you want to make sure that you stay compliant, whatever it is that you're trying to write. And this is where CopyCop can really help you to ensure that you stay compliant. Now, another way you can also, come up with different and ad angles that you can use for your Facebook ads. I'm trying to see if I can still find more of those ads. Okay, so yeah, I guess it's still loaded. Okay, you can see right here, these are ads, right? These are ads. The more you refresh this, the more you're gonna see find different. But anyway, you can find these native ads on news sites, right? So you can check out news site. Another place that you can get inspiration from in terms of your ad angles is magazines, right? There is this popular one that I make use of, Dan Magaz. Dan Magaz, right? .com, okay. Dan Magaz. danmagaz.com. So it's a magazine site, and the thing with magazines is the people who are responsible for writing some of these copies are people who are really trained professionals. A lot of these copies are proven to actually work. Magazines are one of the ways that you can come up with your ad angles. Okay, look at different categories, and see what resonates, and that you can tie into your product. One thing that I must say about all of this is that the more you do these things, the more it becomes there is no stop, right, to learning when it comes to advertising, when it comes to marketing, right? So you must not get it all perfect at the start. Okay, everything must not just be perfect from the start. You must be willing to continue the process of learning if you want to continue to get good results with your marketing and advertising. Now, another way you can come up with your ad angles is making use of swipe files. Okay, I believe you've been given access to swipe files. All right, so there are different sites you can look at. Swipe files. Okay, this should be one, swipefiles.com. All right. Okay, so swipefile.com. This is a site that you can use to help to juggle your creativity and be able to come up with something. It's a very good site that you can make use of. And there's still another one, swiped.co. Okay, so these are things that you can make use of, and you should be able to come up with different ad angles and write your copies. Now, here is the thing. Okay, if you're still struggling to write your copies, like I said, there are three different angles that I love making use of. I love making use of the curiosity angle, the benefit angle, and of course you can still decide to use the pain. We're talking about the pain that your audience is facing, because people will do anything to run away from pain. So if you can talk about the pain and say, oh, I have a solution to this pain, just click here and go and check it out. Of course, I'm going to check it out once you're talking about the pain and you say you have a solution. to that page. And of course, it has to be something that is unique, right? It has to be unique. This part is important. It has to be unique. The ad angle has to be unique, like we said, right? So you can also decide to even make use of copy to write your ad copies. Okay. So like for instance, like look at this. This one says sleep like a CEO. Now we can go to the because here's the thing, the entire thing you're trying to do with your copies is to create intent. So they move from the point whereby they didn't come on Facebook to even read about you to now wanting to check out what you have. So they have intent because now they want to check out what you have. But anyway, let's continue. Once you head over to these bots, the Facebook ads bot, you can decide to write some copies on here, right? So you can see that it also even wrote a copy from the previous one that we did. So I can now say, write me a compliant ad copy using the ad angle sleep like a CEO. So now let's see what is going to write for us. Right. So look at this. Unlock the secret to business success with our sleep supplement. Like a CEO and conquer jet lag to perform at your peak during business trips. Experience the power of deep sleep. So you can see what it's trying to do here, right? So this is one way that you can take your ad angles and like if you don't know where to start from, this is what you can use. And of course you can use swipe files as well. Now here's one thing you must know. All top copywriters make use of swipe files. So you want to make sure that you have a collection of ads that you can look into that can help you get started to put together your copies. Another thing you can do is to go to where it says cops, right? And here you can come up, use any of these copies, these cops to come up with your copy. So for instance, you can decide to say you want to write a compliant copy, converting copy. If you want to use a story kind of copy, fine, you can also do that, right? Persuasive copy. So let's write these 4 different copies, right? So here it says, this for the story. Want it to be something that triggers emotion, so it has to be emotionally. Product is a sleep supplement. Target audience are travelers. What is the pain point again? Pain point. Okay, trouble falling asleep due to. So I'm just gonna copy that, right? And then I can come here, paste in that. Okay, so now with what I've given it, it's gonna go ahead. I can just click on submit, and with this, it's gonna go ahead and write me a story, okay, about the sleep supplement and all of that. So you can see this is something that you can do, and once it writes this entire thing out, the next thing you can decide to do is you can flesh it out or trim it however you want, right? You can decide to take this entire thing and go to any of the boards and say, okay, you know what, I want you to simplify this. You can say reduce the entire content to maybe 500 words, however you want it, right? You can do that. It's the same thing with any of the other ones. So this is a compliant copy Okay, compliant copy is basically to analyze your copy for compliance. Then we have converting copy. Product here is sleep supplement. All right, the main benefit for this is improved improved sleep quality and duration, right? So we cannot use that as the main benefit. uh, target audience are travelers, right? Travelers. And I'm just going to hit submit, and it's going to also write a copy for me as well, right? So this is how you can come up with different add and goals. You can use copycop to brainstorm add and goals. You can use swipe files. This is a bank of swipe files that you can make use of. You can use add the ads library as well. You can decide to use new sites and look at native ads, magazine sites, to come up with different ad and goals and create your ad copies. All right, but what you want to understand is that it has to be congruent with your landing page. Your ad and goal is meant to just create intent, pick their curiosity, and send them to your page where you cannot give them even more information. All right, so that is it for this video. In the next video, we're going to be looking at how you can come up with your different creatives. All right, because of course that is one of the ways that you can get the attention of your audience. All right, we are going to be talking about different types of creatives that you can come up with, and I'm going to be looking at different images and videos that depend on what you are trying to create. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright, so in this video we're going to be talking about creatives. Basically, it's going to be about the major types of creatives that you should look into as you're getting started. And of course, we need to even talk about why you need creatives, the purpose of creatives. Alright, now the number one reason why you need a creative is to get attention. Okay, get attention. All right, you need to get the attention of people to stop, because like we've established, they are on Facebook. They are just scrolling through their newsfeed, and you want to make sure that whatever it is that you are putting out gets their attention, stops the scroll. Okay, and of course this is why people make use of pattern interrupts. So pattern interrupt simply means that you are taking someone from what they are doing to get to stop and engage with something else. Okay, so you are stopping that flow that they had doing something else, and you are coming in to get them to stop doing that thing. Okay, so you are interrupting their flow, their thought process. Right, that's the whole essence of pattern interrupt, and we do that with videos. You can also do that through images. Okay, so when you're putting together your creatives, that is one thing that you need to have in mind. You want to make sure that you is something that gets the attention of people. It's standing out of the newsfeed. Don't have creative that blends into the newsfeed that people don't really even see. All right, so they just scroll past it and they don't know that that's something, right? So you want to make sure that it's something that gets attention. Okay, the second thing that you should have in mind is you want to make sure that these creatives, they are able to show your audience, right, that life that they want is possible and attainable. Okay. So the life they deserve or that they want, right, is attainable. Okay. So these are two major reasons or two major goals that your creatives should accomplish, right? They should get attention, show the audience that that life that they want to be out of pain, yes, it's attainable. They want to have a clear skin, it's attainable. You get my point, right? And we are going to be looking at different types of creatives. Of course, we have images, we have video types of creatives. Okay. Now, first, let's look at image creatives. All right. So when you're putting together your images, there are different types of images that you can look at. The first one are what I call native images. Okay. Native images. So these are images that looks like the regular images that people post on Facebook. Okay. They are not tush. I don't understand. I don't know if you get what I mean by they are not tush. They are not like they were taken by one kind of 4K kind of camera. No, like regular type of images. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you examples of such images. Okay. So for instance, this is such an image that you will call a native kind of image. This one right here. Let me see. Maybe here. I think it should be clearer here. Yeah. So an image like this you will call the native image because it does not look like the what someone washed, someone cleaned and edited with Photoshop and all of that. No, like it's regular type of image that you can just take with your camera, images like that. So let me just show you guys more of such images. So you can see this image right here. See, look at this. This is more of a native kind of image, all right? But you can see that it is, quite colored. It's standing out of the white background and blue background on Facebook, right? Let's see if we can find any more. So look at this one right here. Yeah, you can see how this one look, even though of course it was overlaid. These are two different images that we overlaid right here, but you can see that it's all called a native image, right? And it stands out of the background. Like, okay, what is this? Let me stop and look at what that is. Remember, the first purpose is to grab people's attention. Okay, now let's see if I can still find so something like this is also a native type of image. You can see this. You can see this as well, right? Also a native type of image. Now the other type of images that you can use are what I call weird images. They don't look regular. Okay, someone will see and say, okay, what is that? Let me see if I can find an image like that here. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Let me see if okay, something like this anyway, but it's something. This is a combination of different images, right? So for instance, you can go on Google and search for weird images. So for instance, when I say weird looking fruits, so if I were in the health niche, okay, I could make a search like this, right, to put together, different. Look at this. You will see some kind of funny kind of images, right? So if you're in the health niche, you could look at images, different images like this. Now, if you were, for instance, you are in, let's say, beauty niche, you can even, let's say, weird looking. You can say weird looking makeup powder or something. Right? Makeup powder. Okay. The whole essence is to want to get attention of people, right? Of course, you don't don't want it to be scary, right? Don't make it too scary, all right? Or sensational, because Facebook won't even allow it. Okay, so you want to keep the tone really down. Okay. I'm just trying. Okay, look at this one. Look at this one. This one is it's still okay, but you can see if someone sees this on their newsfeed, they are going to like want to stop and see what that is, right? Even though it's still going through the route of native kind of creative, but you guys get my point. Okay, so just putting weird in front of your search, okay, could actually get you different search results. So it's weird looking trees, right? Let's see what we see. You can see these guys. So for instance, look at this. For someone who is promoting something in the sexual health, male sexual health niche, this this is a good creative to make use of, right? So you get a point, right? So you can actually do a lot of searches. Look at this one right here. So if you are selling something to help people to enlarge their boards, right? This is actually something that I want to get people that, what's that? What kind of tree is that? That's just the whole essence of using weird images. Now the third type of images that you can look at using are product images. Yeah, product images also work. Okay, if you're sending people directly to your product page, product images also work very well. And let's look at some product images. So for instance, look at this one. This is a product image. This is a product image, all right? So you can see the product here, the blood sugar tea, 100% organic, with a few tests here and there, right? You also tell the person this is what this is. Okay, it's for blood sugar. So if you don't have blood sugar issue, you can just move on, right? Then of course, let me see if I can find more of such images. Let's see. So you can see this one. This is also a product image, but you can see how the person actually, have this thing. So this person sold it during the COVID period, right? I think this is for immunity booster and all of that. But you get the point, right? So you can, have your product. You can position your products in different format. What you need to understand is that you can even, borrow ideas from what other people are doing, and this is why I love ads, and this is why the last time you guys saw my Facebook newsfeed, it was just ads, because I collect lots of ads, right? I collect lots of ads, especially something that gets my attention. Simply, if it gets my attention, of course, it's going to get the attention of someone else. So when you collect things like that, over time, you're going to see things that you can model. And of course, you can borrow ideas from different niches into your own niche. The whole idea is you are trying to achieve two things, right? Get attention show them that it's possible to attain the life that they want. Okay, so yeah, that's that. The fourth type of images that you can look at using what I call comparison type of images, right? Comparison. Okay, so you're showing them live, more like you can call them before and after type of images. Okay, so right here you can see some comparison types of images. Let me increase this a little bit so that it's okay. So you can see this particular one, I use this to promote a hair product. I use it to promote a hair product. Okay, and it got, funny enough, I actually got this idea from a different niche, right? It was not a hair niche, and as you will see, you can see that you can borrow it into any niche that you want to promote. So basically, even though Facebook frown against before and after images, we are not explicitly saying that this is before and after. In fact, they will see this as two different people, right? So we'll say day one, day this, right? Then look at this one. This one I use it to promote a menopause product, right? You can see this, right? This woman here looks all depressed, like she's not good, and this one is sleeping calmly and all of that. So showing them the life that they're living now and the possibility of the kind of life that they want, that life that they want to attain, right? Then look at this one. This is the arthritis niche. You can see this one having knee issues, and now the person can run, right? So that's the whole idea of comparison type of creatives. All right, so the next thing that we are going to look at are video types of creatives. Okay, one of such creatives, as you've seen, is also before and after types of creatives. Okay, before and after. Okay, showing the transformation. Okay, so the last what we just saw is actually transformation. Okay, you were blind before, now you can see. All right, and here is a sample of a transformation, okay, of a video created that shows a transformation. Okay, let's see. I don't know if you guys will actually hear, but if you cannot hear the sound, just watch. You should be able to understand what they are doing. See, so that is the final product. So how this works is, and you can see that this is for a house. It doesn't mean that you cannot do for maybe beauty, maybe health, maybe shoe. Like, you can borrow this idea into any other niche that you are trying to sell products in, right? So let's say, for instance, you want to sell an acne product. You can show how the person was before, how they are picking up the product, how they are applying it from day one to the final stage of when there is a total transformation. Okay, and of course, if you're using for health, maybe they cannot walk the staircase, they're trying to go through the staircase, they are struggling, right? And then they got this product, they started using it, they wake up in the morning, they apply it. You show all of those, but in a fast paced, but it is fast paced. That's what I'm just trying to say. It's fast paced, right? Because of course you want to shorten it. You don't want to have such video that is over 15 minutes, right? It simply means you are going to have it in chunks and make it you like speed up the entire video. All right. Then of course we have behind the scenes, right? Who doesn't like behind the scenes type of videos where you show how something actually come about, right? So behind the scenes. Okay, behind the scenes is like maybe how you came about your product, like how do you produce the product, what are the things that goes into the product, and all of that. You can show all of that, and it must not just be the production. It could be that the shipping, how you went to the shop to collect the product, how you packaged it, how you send your product to the customer, things like that behind the scenes, right? People all also love things like that, and things like that also get the attention of people. So let's look at these ads from, like, is a TikTok kind of ad, video that showed behind the scenes. So you can see what's going on, right? And then I showed the result of that behind the scene. So behind the scene is a type of creative video creative that you can use as well. Now the other type of creative you can also have in terms of videos is a demonstrative type of creative. Okay, showing people how a product is used. Okay, so let's see. For instance, look at this. This is a demonstrative video, person showing how to apply this product, right? That's a demonstrative type of video, basically showing people how the product is used. Okay, that's a demonstrative video. Now the other type of videos that actually work very well are called user generated video, story, Slack reviews type of videos, right? So you're reviewing a product, right? And I see a lot of them now these days on Facebook. So yeah, such video creative work, right? Giving reviews of the products, that you got this product, you used it, how does it compare to other products? So it's more like a story, but the story is around the product. Okay, let's see. Here is one. Okay, so you might not hear it. Okay, so you can see that she's just basically sharing, someone that just held the front camera to her face and talking into the front camera, right? So it mustn't be all that polished, right? And this is one of the issue that a lot of people have. They think they need to have their videos polished before they can put it out there. You will be so surprised that one video that is quack looking, gives you better result than one that you spend hours and lots of money producing. Okay, so don't overthink the entire process of producing your videos. And when you're making videos like this, of course, you want to make it a little bit fun, right? Change scenes and all that. Don't just be stagnant in one place, right? Except you are really good with what you're doing. But the whole idea is, one, even though you're giving people sharing your story, you want to also retain them, right? Because that's the most important thing. So if you cannot retain the people who started viewing your video, of course, it's going to reduce your conversion. So yeah, these are different types of creatives that you can get started with. We've talked about 4 different types of creatives that you can even get started with in terms of videos and images. Okay, so now you know exactly the types of images and the type of videos that you can put together. It is time for you to now go out there and start putting together your creatives and images. And putting together these things are quite easy. For instance, this type of video, you can easily use your phone to make these. You can see these videos, they are portrait videos. So they were shot using the mobile, right? And there is CapCut that you can use to edit your videos. All right, so if you are editing videos, CapCut is an app They also now have the desktop version, right? And if you are, editing images, you can use Canva. Okay, Canva, Canva. Okay, so if you are doing videos, use CapCut. If you are doing images, use Canva. So these images you see here, these are all on Canva, right? All of these things, I do a lot of creation. Even though I'm good with graphics, I can use Photoshop and all that, but I can just come on Canva here and put together images. All right, so yeah, that is how you can put together your creatives. I hope you got something from this, and you should start collecting a swipe of ads that you see that gets your attention. So you can see these are some of my swipe files. You can see Facebook ad swipe files that I've collected, that I've been collecting over the years and all that. So that is it for this video. I hope you got something from it and you're able to start putting together your creatives. Take care.
Alright, so I know that this is the section that a lot of you are waiting for. You just want to go ahead straight into it to launch your campaigns, but if you ignore every other thing that we've been talking about since the beginning of this entire module, you will fail. Right? So if you haven't been taking every other section in this module seriously, I would advise that you go back and go over those videos. Now, having said that, this is the section that we're going to be launching our campaigns. But before you still go ahead to launch your campaigns, before you move on to the Facebook Ads Manager, there are a few things that you must do. One of them is you need to know your numbers. You can't just head over to Facebook and launch your campaigns without having a target, a clear picture of what to expect. Now, I will tell you a very brief story. A friend came to me a couple of weeks ago and he said, Jonathan, I'm looking at launching an offer, a very good offer. And this is where having a very good offer is important. Okay, so by now I believe that you guys know how to actually put out compelling offers that your market, your audience find it difficult to refuse. Right? If they don't accept the offer, then they don't have the money for it. So yeah, once you have a good offer, these things that we have been talking about becomes breeze. Okay, so yeah, he came to me and said, Jonathan, I'm launching this offer. I'm looking at having 10,000 signups by the end of 2024. I said, great, awesome. And we did a breakdown. So if you're looking at 10,000 signups, and of course it simply means that you should, if your offer, like you said, is tight and you can have a conversion rate of 10% on your leads, then you should be looking at generating at least 100,000 leads. Okay, so if you have 100,000 leads and you are able to convert at a rate of 10%, simply means that you will hit your goal of 10,000 signups. And if you now come back to, okay, what will it cost you to acquire a lead? All right, so we pegged it at 200 naira per lead, which at the end of the day you will see that would amount to about 20 million naira to be able to generate 100,000 leads, right? 20 million naira, and the offer that he is looking at selling is going to be priced at 20,000 naira. So if he can generate 100,000 leads at 20 million naira and he converts 10%, that will mean that he will be able to make roughly 200 million, right? That's what it means at the end of the year. These are rough estimates, okay? But these are things you need to put into consideration, right? You need to know your expected or your target ROAS to see that you are still in profit. You are not losing money. Even if you are breaking even, is even better than losing money, right? If you're breaking even, then it simply means that you need to tweak things here and there. But if you're losing money, it's worse, right? So you need to know the ROAS at which you are profitable. You need to know your expected cost per customer acquisition if you want to break even, right? And of course, looking at, making some profit, right? So there are certain numbers that you must know before you move into the ads manager to launch any ads or any of your campaigns. Now, the second thing that you must have done before you launch your campaigns is you need to install tracking. You need to be able to track what is going on, right? Facebook needs to collect data in order for them to optimize your campaigns. And you yourself, you should have some kind of analytical tools, all right, to have some analytics on your dashboard. Where are people clicking? How many people visited your site? How many people moved from one point to another? So you probably are going to be installing, aside the pixel that Facebook that you need to have on your page for you to have proper recording on Facebook for them to be able to optimize your campaigns. It's important that you have some analytical tools like maybe the Google Analytics, right? Installed on your site for those of you who are using WordPress, right? You can have that installed. But if you're using Lazycom already, you already have an analytics tool on your dashboard for you to be able to track whatever is going on your site. Now, the other thing that you must have done before you move on to your ads manager to launch your ads, you need to know your campaign structure, right? How many ad sets are you looking at launching? How many creatives? How many ad copies? You need to have all of those structures. You need to know how it's going to look like. You need to have three ad sets, and how many ads are you going to have, right? Are you going to have one of the ad sets is going to be interest based? Are you going to have the other one as lookalike for those of you who have some data already? So you need to know the structure. How will your retargeting campaign look like? Because of course you need to have retargeting campaigns, and of course we are going to talk about that when we'll start looking at the campaign structures itself, right? Now, once you know that, the next thing you need to actually get clear with is your budgeting, right? How much are you going to start with? What are you going to put into your prospecting campaigns? What are you going to put into your retargeting campaigns? These are things.
Alright, so in this video we're going to be looking at some basic numbers, because it's important that setting projections before you launch your campaigns, right? You need to get clear with what to expect, right? So if you are not meeting those targets, then you will know that things need to be fixed, right? So first, there is one thing that you must know, okay, of course, and that's going to be the cost of your product, right? It's easy to know this one. Right, cost of your product, then your selling price, right? Selling price. Then you need to know shipping cost, and of course your operational costs. Okay, because of course you are going to probably using electricity. You have a place that you rented, right? For those of you who work from home, and of course you probably are going to be buying petrol or diesel, whatever it is, right? But of course, whatever helps your business to run every single day, you must factor that into your costs. Then of course you need to have an ad budget. Okay, ad budget. So let's say your product cost is like 5k. That's 5,000 naira. All right, and you are selling the product for, let's say, 30,000. Okay, and shipping is costing you, let's use a different ship. Okay, so we have product cost as 5,000. All right, then selling price to be 30. Okay, this is how much we sell the product for. Then we have shipping costs to be 4,500 on average, right? Yeah, shipping is quite expensive now. Then of course you have daily operational costs. Let us leave it at 10,000. So for every day for your business to run, you need at least 10,000 naira to keep your business running. And you intend to budget 5,000 every single day, okay, on your ad spend. Now, to know, if you are going to be profitable, you first need to, know your break-even point. What was that point that you know that you are not making profit, you are not at least losing in your business? Because if you are losing, it's worse. But if you are breaking even, is the sweet spot, right? So if you know your break-even point, then it's easier for you to work towards, making profit when you know your break-even point. Okay, so for this to happen, of course, we need to get clear with a target ROAS. Okay, target ROAS, and of course, cost per acquisition. Okay, how much it costs you to acquire one customer, and of course, your return on ad spend. What should you be expecting? How much should you, expect to make back when you spend 5,000 naira on your ads, right? How many sales should you make to know that you are breaking even, you are not losing money in your business, right? You have to get clear with that. So there is a simple formula that you can make use of. So we have, first we need to calculate the number of break-even units, right? How many products do we need to sell every single day for us to break even, right? So if we look at our daily operational cost, okay, so daily operational cost plus how much is costing to ship, divided by the amount that we're selling the product, subtracted by the cost of the product. Okay, so in our case, it's going to be around 10,000. Let me see if I can have this done. So in our case, it's going to be 10,000. I hope you guys can plus 4.5. Because that's going to be our shipping cost, right? Average shipping cost. Then we are selling it for 30, right? Minus 5,000 because that's the product cost, right? So 10 plus 4.5 will give us about 14,500, and this will give us 25. So how many? This will give us the number of units that we need to sell to have that break-even point. So if we calculate this, pressing my calculator here. Let me see if I can. Let's see. Calculator, so that you guys can be seeing what I'm doing. Okay, so we have 14,500 divided by 25. So this gives us 0.58, which simply means that we need to make at least one sale for us to be, for us to break even. Our break even units of sale is 0.58. All right, but what should our ROAS be? What should we be seeing inside of our ads manager to know that okay, everything is working fine? And what should even our cost per acquisition, what should it look like? All right, so if you are looking at calculating your target, so in this case it's going to be a target ROAS, okay, because of course we're not running ads yet, so we don't know what the ROAS is, but this should be the target ROAS to know that we are breaking even. Okay, like I said, if you know your break-even point, it's easier for you to work on your entire system to become profitable. Okay, you just know that benchmark that okay, I can go below this point, right? If I want to, if I go below this point, I know that I'm already losing money in my business. So this will be the revenue per piece. Okay, revenue per piece or per unit. Okay, multiplied by the number of units. I hope you guys actually get this. Then of course, so revenue per piece multiplied by the number of units. Okay, divided by our ad spend. Okay. So this will give us, our target ROAS. What we should expect, right? So our revenue per piece is going to be that's 30,000 that we're selling it minus the cost of the product itself, right? So that will give us like 25. Okay. So 25 multiplied by 0.58. Okay, because of course that also we need to, even though we know that of course it has to be approximately just one, right? Then our ad spend is 5,000, right? So if we multiply this, right, 0.58 multiplied by 25, right, divided by 5, 2.9. So it simply means that approximately the ROI is 0.1. All right, simply means for every 1 naira that we spend, we should at least get 3 back if we want to break even. So our target ROAS is going to be 3.5, 3.1, right? 3 to 1 if you, because it's going to be ratio, right? So 3 to 1, this is going to be the target ROAS. But what should be our cost per acquisition, right? If you are looking at what is costing you to acquire one customer, what should you keep it at? All right. So cost per acquisition is basically just going to be, your ad spend divided by the number of units. Okay. So your ad spend divided by the number of units is going to be 5,000 divided by 0.58. Right. We know approximately it's going to be 5,000 divided by 0.58. So 8,620, right? So it simply means if we want to break even in our business, we need to make sure that our cost per acquisition to get one customer is not above this threshold. Okay, if you sum up all of these things, you'll see that your total expenditure to get one sale is going to be around 28,000 something, which is roughly 30, right? If you let's see, right? So plus 5,000, which is the ad spend, right? Plus 10,000, which is the operation cost, plus 4.5 which is the shipping cost. Is there any other cost that we're looking at for? So that's it. So yeah, so that's the target ROAS and your cost per acquisition if you want to break even in your business. So your goal, once you know these value, is to drop your cost per acquisition and increase your ROAS. Okay, so you want to make sure that for what you spend, you want to get more orders, right? More sales, and that means for 5,000, you are spending 5,000. You want to get more sales per every 5,000 naira that you spend. So if you make 2 sales from 5,000 naira you spend, you are now in profit, right? It has easily projected you into being profitable in your business. Right, so you don't wait until you make 10 sales first before you know that you are being profitable, right? So knowing these numbers will help you to have some projections and know that you don't have to just be killing your ads sporadically, right? For some persons, once the ad has run and they've spent 2,000 naira, they just kill the ad. No. So here you know that if you are spending 5,000 naira, you should expect one sale back to break even. And if you want to be profitable, you just have to do is to make sure that you have everything in place, your conversion is placed, your offer is tight, right? And increase the number of sales. If you can make an extra sale for every 5,000 naira that you spend, then you will be profitable with your Facebook ads, right? So this is how you can calculate your target ROAS. So once you know your target ROAS, you know your cost per acquisition, what's costing you to acquire every customer that you get, then it becomes easy to know the numbers and what to expect and what not to expect. All right, so that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next video.
This calculator can predict the result of your Facebook ads, and all you have to do is punch in a few figures and boom, you can tell if your Facebook ads will be profitable or not. The first thing you need to do is head over to lazycom.io/calculator. Type in your monthly budget, your expected or projected cost per click, your conversion rate or your expected conversion rate, the average order value of your store, the monthly operational cost, product cost, and voila, you will see your expected total sales, acquisition cost, your ROAS, and your return on investment. Now, for me, the most important metric is the return on investment. I care about that. I don't know about you. This is how you can predict if you will be profitable with your Facebook ads or not. Now, with this information, you can know exactly what to work on to become even more profitable. Maybe you need to just take up your conversion rates a nudge, right? Or increase your average order value. Now it's your turn. Go check it out and let me know how it goes.
Alright, so in this video, we are going to be looking at how you can install pixels on your site. Okay, we've already talked about the reason why you need pixels, so that you can track your results, and Facebook can use that data to optimize your campaigns and results as well. So that's what we're going to be doing in this video. I decided to get a new ad account so that I can easily walk you guys through this. So once you are in your ads manager, you can see this is a brand new ads manager, no ads here already. You want to go to where it says all tools, okay, and you should look for event manager. Now there are different ways of actually adding pixels to your site, your WordPress site. You can use third-party tools. You can use the event tool on Facebook. You can also manually install your pixels. Okay, but I'm just going to be looking at just one of these options, and that's going to be the one of third parties, because I see it's going to be easier for a whole lot of you who are going to making use of this system or installing their pixels. All right, so first let's open this up. So you can see that this is a brand new one and there are no pixels already. So I'm going to click on connect data, and we're going to choose website and click on connect, and we're going to give it a name. Okay, and I'm just going to call it LK. Okay, you can call it anything you want. Okay, and I'm going to click on create. So you can call it the name of your website. Okay, so if your website is Jonathan Melody, you can call it that. Let's remove that. So here it says we need to add our website. Okay, so I'm just going to use the site that we have been using, and come back here and just paste it. Okay, and click on check. You can see everything is fine. I'm going to click on next, and it's saying find setup method and all of these things. Yeah, I'm just going to do it myself. Okay, next, and you can see it's asking us all of these processes. These are, the other options that you can use to add all of your pixels and create your conversion API. Okay, so your conversion API is basically kind of, instead of tracking your results on the browser level, it's technical. Okay, I don't want to bore you, but instead of tracking your results, your data from the browser level, they start tracking from the server side. Okay, which is actually more accurate and can lead to you having more accurate results and better optimization down the line. Okay, but those are just technical stuff. Okay, we are just going to go ahead. I'm just going to close this because the pixel is already created. So you can see right here, this is our pixel ID right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our website right here. I'm going to go to plugins, and we're going to install a plugin that will help us to easily add our pixels and create the conversion API. Okay, and that will be pixel your site. Click on add new right there. So it's gonna be pixel your site. Let's see. Great, so this is it right here. Okay, pixel your site, and we are just going to have that installed and activated. It's important that you follow through this so that you can have your pixels rightly tracked. Okay, so once this has been added right here, you are going to see the menu right here. So I'm going to click on that to open it up so that you guys can see the things we need to have our pixel added. So now this is where we can add meta pixel. Okay, of course, the Facebook. Okay, so we're going to click on settings and say enable conversion API. Okay, we're going to enable that. Enable advanced matching. We're going to enable that, but then it's going to require us to provide the pixel ID in the conversion API token. All right, so to do that, we're going to come back here, and this is our ID. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy that and come back, and paste that in there. So we now have a pixel ID added. The next thing we need to add is a conversion API. So what you want to do here is head over to settings because we need to create the token. All right, let's see, access token. Okay, so if you see this, then it simply means that you need to have an email added to your account, okay, to make sure that you are able to create this. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that, and I will be right back. All right, so I've been able to create that, and you can see that the generate access token is now active, and we can generate access token. But sometimes once you have the settings done and it's still not showing up, then you need to go to your data sources, data sets, right, and you want to assign the person that's going to be the account, all right, or any other person that is in charge of your your ads, your campaign management. Okay, so you want to make sure that they have access to the assets. Now once that is done, you should be able to generate your access token here. So I'm going to click that and generate, and go back here and paste that. Okay, and what I'm going to do is click on the save settings. Now you can also decide to test your event with some test codes that you get from Facebook, but I'm not going to do that. All you just have to do is go to test events, and you will be able to get the test code right here. Once you get the test code here, you copy that and you bring it over here, you put it here, and of course you can just go around and do some stuff on your site, and you will find those activities that you do recorded here. But I'm not going to do that because it's really unnecessary. Everything we've done here, it's already working perfectly. Everything's fine so far. Now you can decide to verify your domain by just bringing in the meta tag right here. This is not necessary anymore. Facebook said you don't have to verify your domains, but you need to add your domain to the list of allowed assets on your site, okay, on your account, on your ad account. All right, so what we're going to do is go to our list of allow list. Okay, so you can see settings. I scroll all the way down, and I'm going to click on create allow list. Now this is important that you do this, because if you don't do this, your activities will not be recorded. Okay, so it's imperative that you have this done. Okay, so I'm going to copy that domain, so that's going to be your domain. All right, and we're just going to click on next, and right here I'm just going to click on confirm, and with that that domain has been added, and as that domain that Facebook can now receive data from. Okay, so whatever is going to happen on your site, they can have it recorded. Now the other thing that you might want to do is creating events. Okay, and you can create events directly from on here. Okay, so here you can see where you say enable events, and there is a whole lot you can decide to do here. So you can decide to add a new event, and depending on the type of event that you want, you can have that done here. Page visits. Anyway, they have some pro features here, so if you can get the pro of this, then that is fine. But if you can't get the pro, then you have to manually have your events done. Okay, and how can you have that done? It's pretty easy. Now, one more thing that I would love for you to do is, if you have your cart flows, you want to go to the setup and install your pixel code. Install your pixel code in your funnel flow. Okay, so this way your entire flow can be tracked to your purchases. Okay, let's see. So right here, you want to go to integrations and Facebook pixels, right? Enable for cart flow pages, and you want to add your pixel ID right here. Okay, and you can decide to untick whatever it is that you don't want, and then go ahead and click on save settings. Okay, but let's just go ahead and add it, so that for record purposes. So I'm just going to paste that in there. So you can also decide to have it enabled for the whole site, but we already have one installed that will show up on the whole site, so there is really no need. So let's go ahead and save settings. So with these, all of the steps will be tracked, okay, inside of your, I don't know what's happening with this. Okay, anyway, maybe it's a glitch with this, but I believe they should have it fixed. But that's how you can have your pixel ID added to your funnel pages. All right, now once it's added, you can verify if you have pixels installed by using the pixel helper. All right, so I'm just going to view this site. Let's see. So with this, you can see this is my pixel helper, and with this you can see that this is the pixel ID. So the pixel is, there's a pixel on here. So with the pixel, it's a Google Chrome extension, so you want to have it installed on your browser to be able to check if you have your pixel correctly installed. Okay, so that's how you can have your pixel installed. Now, in case for those of you who are wondering, how about if I want to track a specific page? Okay, you can, in such cases, then you can go ahead and use the event setup tool. It's still on your settings. So if for instance, let's say let me go to the pages that we have here, and of course that can also be your funnel flows. Okay, but let's see. Let's go to the funnel that we created. Let's see. Okay. So these are the different steps here. So let's say, for instance, we want to track this page, okay, that says woo. So it simply means when someone lands on this page, there is nothing on here. Maybe let's look for something that we have. Okay, we might not be able to get it because of the way this is built. Someone has to go through the entire funnel for them to get to or see anything on the thank you page. Okay, but let's use maybe the checkout page. So this is a checkout page that we designed during our funnel section. So let's say we want to track, let's say initiate checkout. So someone just lands on the page or they visit the page. There are a lot of things you can do. You're just going to see it now. So just go ahead, paste that URL there and click on open website, and the website itself should open up. So right here, you can decide to now start tracking. Okay, you can decide to track any element that you want on this page. So you can see track new button, track URL. Okay, So we can say track button. Okay, and if you look through this page, you can see this is a button. So with that tool, you're going to find out, any button right there. So we want to, let's say, we want to track this button. Is when someone clicks on it, we want to say it's initiate checkout. Okay, and of course, we can decide to not include value and click on confirm. Now, once you've done this, you want to ensure that you go to where it says all events, so be sure that it's there. So once someone clicks on that button, that says place order, okay, it is tagged as an initiate checkout. Okay, so this is how you can, and once you're done, just click on finish setup, finish, and you can decide to submit or you skip. Right, it's up to you. So that's how you can use the event setup tool to add, events to any page that you want to track events on. Okay, so the pixel, the conversion, API codes, all of that helps Facebook to be able to track events that are happening on your website, visitors and all of that, all right, scrolls and all of that. So you can now use the event tool, other types of tools out there, a lot of tools, Google Tag Manager, a lot of tools out there that you can use to now start tracking, different types of events on your website. Okay, so that is it for this video. If there is anything you really are not clear about, you need to watch it over again, because sometimes it can take more than once to be able to grab some of these things. All right, so that's it for this video. In the next video, we're going to be looking at launching our campaigns, because at this point you already have everything all set up. It's time for you to launch your campaign, right? But before launch campaign, we need to talk about structures of campaigns. Okay, so we have 2 videos left for this entire section, right? I hope you enjoyed this. See you in the next video. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be talking about campaign structure and budgeting. All right. Now, for every e-commerce business, I suggest that they run 3 types of campaigns. One is the prospecting campaign. Okay. So this is the campaign you use to reach new people who've not heard about your brand before, because of course for any business to stay alive, it has to bring in new customers consistently. So we use prospecting campaigns to do that. Then of course there are retargeting campaigns. Okay, so retargeting campaigns are campaigns that you use to bring people who have interacted with your assets, okay, your pages, your website. They probably checked out a product and all of that. You use a retargeting campaign to bring the people back, and it could be for different reasons. Maybe you want them to complete a form, you want them to complete a purchase, right? So we use retargeting campaigns for that. And we have the retention campaigns. Okay, now this is the big part of it all, because this is where you get to get your customers, people who've purchased before, to buy even more from you. So these are campaigns that you set up to show even other products that you have in your catalog or in your website. Okay, now for every campaign that you set up, okay, there are 3 levels to it. Okay, so you have I'll call it the objective level, right, or the goal level, but it's the campaign level, right? It's the first level to any campaign structure that you want to have. And then you have the ad set level, okay, and the ads level. So the campaign level is where you choose your goal, your objective, what you plan to achieve with the campaign you're about launching, right? Do you want sales? Do you want landing page views? Do you want leads? This is where you choose that objective or that goal. Then the ad set level is where you choose your audience, okay? Who do you want to have these? Who do you want to target, right? Who is the person that you are looking at, bringing into your sphere, right? Their demographics, their behaviors. You can target using all of that, okay? And that is what you do on the ad set level. I know we have the ads level, which is where you have your creatives, you have your copies, right? So these are the three different levels to every campaign that you set up. Now, for every campaign that you have, there is a structure to it. So you can decide to say, oh, I'm going to have three different ad sets. I'm going to have three different audience on the ad set, and I'm going to have different ads level and use different creatives and copies. All right. So you can do all of that, but it's important that if you're trying to launch a campaign, you want to keep things as simple as possible. Don't make your campaigns too complicated. Don't make the structure too complicated, because if you make the structure too complicated, you might even end up bidding against yourself, and your CPA and CPCs can just shoot up than you expected. All right, so you want to make sure that you keep your campaign structure as simple as possible. So in this series, we are going to keep things, launch a very simple campaign. So it's going to be a campaign, one objective, one ad set, and of course the ads level. We are going to have different variables, all right, and we're going to use dynamic creative. Okay, we'll see that when we'll set up the campaign. All right. So for budgeting, this is highly dependent on your goal as well. It's highly dependent on your goal and on the number of variables that you have. Okay, so if you're having 10 different ad set, 10 different creatives, and you have 5 ad copies, you cannot try to use 3,000 naira for such amount of variables. That's a lot. You're giving the algorithm a lot to find the right combination for you, and you're limiting it, right? So what you want to do is to so what I advise is just say you budget 1,005 per creative that you are going to be putting up. Okay, so we're talking about budgeting now, right? So you want to set aside 1,005, okay, at least minimum 1,005 for every creative. That you are going to put up. So if you are going to have like 3 creatives, I will suggest that you start with a budget of 5,000 naira. Okay, I find this as a sweet spot if you're starting very low, right? So 5,000 naira, you're going to have like 3 creatives, right? Maybe 2 ad copies and maybe 2 headlines, right? With that, you can now launch. But what you need to understand is that your budgeting still affects how you appear in the bidding pool. Okay, so we've talked about this before, right? If you have 5,000 as your daily budget and someone else has 20,000 as their daily budget, and you guys are trying to reach the same, Mr. Paul or whatever, they will first show the one who has 20,000 naira budget to Mr. Paul before they will consider your own ad. Doesn't mean that you won't get results. Of course, you will. And like I said, there are, as we've said before, there are different. This is not the only factor that contributes to your ads being shown to your audience. Okay. But my point is, you want to be realistic with your budgeting. Don't try to budget with 3,000 naira and expect to have 20 sales in a day, right? You want to be realistic with your budget, and this comes down to you actually knowing your numbers, right? You know how much it's going to cost you to make a sale. Okay, So the simple campaign structure that you can have, like I said, one ad set, one one ad level, dynamic, creative, where you're going to have different, images, and of course different ad copies and headline, right? So it's going to be a very simple campaign for prospecting. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to be looking at launching our very first prospecting campaign. I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in this video we're going to look at how we can launch our campaign. In the previous video I talked about the 3 types of campaigns that an e-commerce business should be running: the prospecting campaign, the retargeting campaign, and the retention campaign. But in this video we are going to, in this section, in this Facebook training, we are just going to launch a prospecting campaign just to keep things simple. All right, so at this moment I believe that you already have all of your assets. You have your ad copies, you have your creatives, your target audience, your messaging is ready, your website is ready, your landing pages are ready, everything is done. It's time to launch your ad. You understand your numbers, you have your budget ready, right? Now it's time to launch, and of course you have your pixels all installed. Everything is ready to launch. Okay, so we're going to head over to your ads manager, click on the blue button there to create, and right here you can see that there are different campaign objectives: awareness, traffic, engagement, leads, sales. In our case, what we're going to be focusing on is sales, because we want people to buy our product, right? So I'm going to click on sales and click on continue. And right here you can see where it says create your campaign using tailored streamlined setup, manually build campaign suggestion, and all that, blah blah blah. Right now it simply means that they are trying to use the AI to streamline your ad creation. Okay, but I won't advise that you go through there unless you are advanced, you understand a few things about launching your own campaigns right on Facebook. So what I want to do is click on the manual sales campaign right here, so you can see things just are different now, and click on continue. All right, so here is the campaign step itself. So initially when we talked about the campaign structures, we said there are 3 different levels of every campaign: the campaign level itself, the ad set level, and the ad level, right? So this is the campaign level, this is the ads level, and this is this ad set, and this is the ad level, right? So at the campaign level you can give it a name, call it your prospecting. Okay, let's just give it prospect for instance. All right, and of course you can read this if you want to. Then you want to look at the category. If most of the time you don't really need to bother about all of this. Okay, so you want to leave that as it is, and you can see the buying type is auction. That's what we all are doing. All right, we're going to the market to bid for a spot to get the attention of people. All right, of course you don't want to bother about this unless you know what you are doing, and don't worry about the A/B test for now. Okay, for this campaign we just want to keep things very simple and straightforward. You don't want to complicate things, and this is the advantage campaign budget. Initially it was called campaign budget optimization. It simply means that your budget will be set from the campaign level and not the ad set level. Now I don't recommend this for your testing campaigns. It's best that you use this when you are scaling your campaigns. Okay, so you have your winning campaigns, your winning ad sets, your winning ads, and you are launching them into a campaign that you want to scale, right? Then you can now look at using the advantage campaign budget option right here. So we're just going to leave things the way they are and click on next right here. All right, great. At this point, we already have, you know, an audience, you know, the people you want to target. All right. So what I usually love doing is to break my ad sets into demographics. Okay. So depending on your target market, the audience that we'll be launching this for the product we're going to be doing this for is a sleep product, a product that helps people to sleep better, a product that helps people to regulate their sleep cycle. All right, so what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna say sleep, which is going to be the audience or the interest, and I'm going to do people from the ages of 34, right, 34 to 35. I'm going to do 35 to 44. Okay, because yeah, I can decide to test the age bracket of 25 to 34. I can decide to do that as well, but I'm going to start with, of course, for you to decide this, you must have researched your audience and see which age bracket is more likely to buy your products. Okay, and you want to start with that. Remember when we talked about initial conditions in terms of the algorithm, all right? Because most of your ad accounts are fresh. You want to make sure that you are giving your pixel is collecting the right data. You don't want to mess up the data that your pixel is picking up, right? Because over time that is going to affect the kind of results that you have. Okay, so I'm going to just have that as it is, and here you want to make sure you keep it at website, and of course the performance goal is maximize conversions. There are other options here right here, okay, but of course we want to maximize conversions. Select your pixel, then of course you want to choose the events that you want to optimize for. For me, I'm going to choose purchase, which I advise that you choose. So I either go for e-commerce, I advise you either go for add to cart or purchase. If you choose the purchase and you see that it's running but it's not really quick in terms of your budget cannot really get you results fast in terms of, because in a week, in 7 days span, Facebook require that you have at least 50 conversions for your campaign to be well optimized. Okay, but if you have that kind of a smaller budget and you're not getting up to 50 conversions in a single week, then you want to go a little bit lower in terms of the hierarchy of the conversions that you get. Maybe you want to choose initiate checkout, you want to choose add to cart. So depending on your budget and how often that you are going to be getting conversions. So if your budget is 5,000 naira, and with 5,000 naira you can get 2 sales, I even say 3 sales in a day, right? Depending on your audience, your target market, the price point of your product as well, and within 7 days you probably are going to be getting roughly maybe let's even say 40 sales in a week. All right, it wouldn't be well optimized still, because now you are not maximizing or getting the number of needed conversions for your campaign to be optimized. All right, in such case you want to go lower in the chain of the conversion event. Okay, so in the chain it is easier for you to especially if you have everything set up like we talked about using cart flows, or even if you are using Lazycom, right? You can choose add to cart or initiate checkout. With that, it's easy for your pixel to collect data on initiate checkout or add to cart. Okay, so that's that. But for this video, I'm just going to stay with purchase. All right, but if you notice that your account, right, or your campaign is stuck on the learning phase, all right, or phase, you want to go a little bit lower. So you want to relaunch the campaign and choose a lower event, okay, in the step, right? So you have initiate checkout, you have add to cart, you have purchase. So you want to maybe add payment. You just want to make sure that you are um, lower, you're like you bring your targeting event lower so that it's easy for you to accumulate these events and your campaigns can easily be optimized. All right, but let's just go for the purchase event for this. And um, here we are saying the distribution or attribution settings, you can leave that as it is. And of course you are being charged per impression. So for every 1,000 people who see your ad, even though they don't click, right, you get charged for it. Okay, so you want to leave every other thing the way they are here, and you want to turn on this right here that says dynamic creative. Okay, if you read it, it shows you can now provide creative elements such as images, headlines that will be used automatically to generate for your audience certain variations, such as automatically cropping image. So the whole essence, or the whole idea here is that the algorithm is just going to use what you gave it to optimize for your audience and see what the audience is going to respond to better, right? So your daily budget, I always advise a daily budget of 5,000. Okay, um, so we're going to do 5,000. All right, you can decide to do, for instance, everybody's going to be doing 5,000. If everybody doing 5,000, you can decide to do 5,100. If you do 5,100, you are going to bid in terms of the auctioning. For someone who bid 5,000, if you bid 5,100, you will be a little bit higher on the scale than someone who just bid 5,000. Let's assuming all every other conditions are equal, right? Of course, we've talked about all of those things and you know what I'm talking about. All right, so that's that. Let's just keep it at 5,000 like we said. And increase your budget during specific time period. No, don't go ahead and click this. Only do this when you know that your ad perform better at specific times during the period that you have your ads running. Then you can decide to use this to budget your spend. So spend more, spend 50% during peak periods and spend 20% during other periods and all that, right? Okay, so here you can see where it says of course you want to keep your ad running, and you have audience control, location and all that, minimum age range. Now when you see this, it's trying to get us to use advantage plus audience. The whole essence, Facebook is trying to get a lot of things off advertisers' hands and have the algorithm figure these things out itself. But of course, it's not going to work for every business. So I would advise that you switch back to the original audience option here. So you can see it right here. So you just click on that and don't worry about this. Use original audience. Okay, so once you have the done, here you can now choose the age range. Our age range is going to be from 35 to 44. Okay, so these are the people we want to target, all gender, and of course we have advantage plus detail targeting. So you can see everything. They are trying to just take everything off the hands of advertisers, but of course we still want to target some interest. So let's just go ahead and target some interest. Our product is around sleep. You can do sleep, for instance, and you can see right here, okay, people who have expressed interest in pages related to sleep, right? So human physiology. This estimated audience is 490 498,000 to 500. Of course, we need an audience that is minimum is a million. Facebook suggests that you should have at least 2 million. If we can get this to up to a million, then we might have to increase the age bracket, right? But let's see if we can get it to 2 million. So right here, I just click on suggestions to see any other interest that is gonna give to us. So you say sleeping positions, health and medical. So of course that's related to what we are looking at. Let's say nap. Okay. So these are not really influencing the audience size, right? So we're seeing mattress, self-care, mattress, well-being. So we can also choose this well-being, right? And we are looking at a million something here already, right? Can still do quality of life. Okay. So you want to choose interest related to what you are trying to sell. Okay. Don't just it's not just for you to just tag interest here. If you don't know the kind of interest you should look out for, you can decide to use copycop to come up with certain interest for you. So it's even giving sleep disorders, stress management, wellness, relaxation. Let's even see if we can have anything on relaxation. All right, relaxation. Okay, there is nothing on relaxation there. But anyway, you want to make sure that you pick interests that are highly related to what you're trying to sell. All right. Now, the other thing I love doing is to add some exclusions. Okay. And the exclusions I use are page admins, okay, because I don't want everyone. I want to make sure that I'm spending my budget on people who are ideal buyers, okay, and not just other business owner who are likely to funnel hack me, okay. And I love excluding people who access Facebook with 2G phones. Okay, so Facebook access network type 2G. Okay, so you can see we are cutting some things out, and I also exclude 3G as well. This is me. This is what I do. So you can see we'll cut this entire audience down to 700,000, which simply means that we are likely to add more audience. So we can do up to 35 to 54. Okay, so now you can see that the estimated audience is now up to a million plus something. So this is what you want to do to make sure that your audience size is up to a million minimum. Okay, my advice to ensure that your audience size is up to a million minimum. Facebook advice 2 million, but of course if you can do a million, that is still fine. All right. Now once you have that done, advantage plus placement, well, there's so little you can do here. I usually advise that just allow Facebook to do its thing here. Okay, so what you want to do here, once you have this done, just keep it the way it is. All right, and click on next. All right, now right here, choose the page. Right, you can decide to choose your page that you've created, and of course you have your Instagram account. You have your Instagram account attached, and you should also have it shown up here to have it selected. And at this point, you can just, can say image, or call it anything you want right there. Okay, of course, you want to leave this turned off unless it's a partnership ad, of course. I usually just have this thing turned off for prospecting campaigns. If you are doing retargeting campaigns, then it's fine. You can decide to use multi-advertiser ads. Okay, so multi-advertiser ads are basically having your ad shown alongside other ads. So if you're selling a sleep product, your ad might be shown close to someone who is selling an ebook, right? On something entirely different. Okay, which is, I've told you guys initially that we all are actually vying for the attention of the same people, right? That's just it. It's a game of the person who does a better job. That's the person that wins. Okay. All right. So once you have all of that, you have this selected basically. Okay. Have this selected. You want to select your images. So I'm just going to select a few images here. So I'm going to select this, select this, right, and continue. So with this, you can see that I have 3 images here. Then you can select videos if you have videos, right? You can have your videos selected. So this is a video, this one is a video, but of course you don't want to just crowd your creatives with 5,000, right? So if you have 3 images, 1 video is a good start. So that you don't have too many variables with a limited budget. Okay, because the algorithm is going to try to do mash, right? Is like trying to mash things up or mash different points together to ensure that they find that perfect combination of creative to show your audience. Okay, so here I usually have this done on optimize creative for each person, because of course the algorithm knows what someone might respond to better than I do. And it's time for us to have our copy added. So this is one copy right here. What I love doing is to use this tool right here, Pili app. So you can search it, Pili app, white space Facebook. Facebook and Instagram, right, helps you to add some spaces to your copies. Okay, so you can see all of these spaces here will be retained in the ad. Okay, without it, everything might just be clogged when my audience sees it. So I want to make sure that those spaces are kept. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy that, come back here and paste the text. Okay, so this is going to be the first text. Then you can say we can add another text option right here. I'm going to click on that and go ahead and copy the second text here. Okay, and then come back to Pili app and paste that. Ensure that the spacing is to my taste, everything is all well spaced. right? Not too much of spacing, right? Essence of this spacing so that it's easy for my audience to read. Okay, great. So I'm going to copy that, copy, convert and copy right here. Just click on that, come back in here, paste in the copy. Right, so I have about 4 creatives. I have 3 ad copies. I have 2 ad copies added now. I can decide to add one more ad copy. All right, I think it's fine. You can add one more ad copy. Right here. I'm gonna copy that. Remember, you've been taught how to create your copies. You can use copy to generate your copies as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and add another text option and have that added there. Now it's time for me to add the headlines, right? So we have the headlines here, and I'm going to add another option for the headline. That's another headline right there. So we have 2 headlines there. Now the next thing is I'm going to add the URL that they are going to visit, and you can see it right here. For the description, you can decide to, I usually don't really bother so much about the description, so I don't just add anything there. So you just add your URL, that your landing page. Okay, it could be if you are sending people to a pre-sale, or you are sending people to your advertorial, you can use that link here. Or if you're sending people directly to the product page, you can have the link here as well. Okay, then of course these are add-ons that you can have, right? You can decide to add these buttons, but are you ready to do that? You can do that if you want to. If you have a WhatsApp on your if you have a WhatsApp number that people that can contact you on, you can decide to choose that and connect to your WhatsApp so people can message you from your website. But if you are using WordPress already, you can decide to also add add a plugin that helps you with that. Otherwise, you just keep it at none, right? And we are going to say learn more. You can decide to use learn more and maybe add another option for the button and do something like shop now, okay, and see what works better for you. Then you want to make sure that of course your tracking is on and everything is looking all fine. So right here you can see that these are the different variations. You can decide to preview the look of all of your ads before you launch them. So these are how your ads are going to look like. This is on Facebook, this is on Instagram, right? This is video feeds, right column, and of course this is Instagram Explore, right? This is inside of the messenger. This is how people are going to see. This is going to be stories and reels. This is going to be in-stream videos, right? This for search. These are interstitial native kind of banners and all that. So this is a preview of how your ads are going to appear across Facebook and its partner website. Okay, now once you look at what you have and see that everything is done and ready, and before you launch your campaigns, like, you want to make sure that you go through your entire funnel to make sure that there are no dark points, there are no dead points or break points that that are leading to people not actually getting to the end of getting through your entire funnel. So you want to make sure that your funnel is working properly before you launch your campaigns. All right. So once you see that everything is done and ready, go ahead and hit on publish. All right. If you've not had funds added to your account, it's going to request that you add some funds. Basically, choose pay you Naira payment option, and with that, you can have your ads published. All right. But I'm not going to publish this ad because, of course, I don't want to run this campaign. But basically, this is all you need to do, and you will have your first prospecting campaign all set up and launch. All right. So that's it for this entire section. I hope you enjoyed it and you are able to get something to get started with your advertising. Remember that the more you actually launch campaigns, the better you're going to become at it. Anything that you want to do in this life, the more you do it, the better you become at it. Like I always tell you guys, repetition is the mother of skill. All right, the more you do something, the better you become at it. And with Facebook ads, you want to do a lot of testing, mostly your creatives, your ad copies, and for those of you who are just launching with a brand new ad account, I advise that you also test different relevant audiences. Okay, and once you get something that is working, it's something that this is something that over time you become better at. The more you do this thing, the more you are going to discover new ways to do these things and even get uh, as much result as you want. All right, so that's it for this entire section. Take care. Bye.
Hey, I hope you found that video useful and you're going to implement what you just learned. Now, if you did enjoy that training, you found it useful, don't forget to leave a comment. Tell me exactly what you learned and how you plan on implementing the things that you learned in this training. And of course, I would like to hear from you what you would like to get next from me. Take care.